Hey, Rowdius.
Hello. How are you doing this evening?
Oh, it's warm. I'm gonna put the fan on.
I'm getting sick.
Oh no, you're gonna get that voice back again.
That's the reason that I know. I feel fine, but like I went to get a chest x-ray today and I was at the office and I realized that like my voice was in my natural voice. And then like right now even it's much closer to like my natural voice.
I
And
can hear it.
yeah, I still feel fine, but I'm like, yeah. I must be like getting something. And then the wife, like she had the runs earlier, like she didn't go to work today. So she's had like a headache and she's had the runs. And I'm like, I totally feel fine. I don't feel anything wrong. But like at the same time, whenever like I'm not just whenever like I don't feel anything, but I'm not automatically putting in the effort to like raise my voice. I'm like, even though I don't feel like there's something wrong at the same time, like, before I feel it, my body is aware of it. So I'm like, I'm getting sick. I'll probably be sick tomorrow. But usually when I'm sick, I'm not like bad off. I mean, I had like full-blown walking pneumonia for, 2 months. And I was just like, a little bit of a cough.
Oh, the AK Magnus. I got it built.
Oh yeah, I should
you
probably
build
check
yours?
on that. I'm picking up my Magnus now, so I'll put it in to get built.
This one says hits have a 4% chance to grant plus 100% ammo efficiency for 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Is that a new thing, the unique traits?
I mean, a lot of weapons have them. It just kind of depends on what, like, the weapon on what it is. It's like the Magistar, the Sancti Magistar. Heavy slams heal you and people within so many meters of you for the damage that you do. So, lots of weapons have them.
I don't know if it's a decent weapon. Probably not.
It can be interesting for, like, if you build towards its passive.
Yeah.
Everything can be taken advantage of if you build towards its strengths. So it's just about remembering like what its special thing is and then like building something to exploit it sometime when the right mod comes out. Forma. Let's build another one of those. I don't have argon. I'll have to remember that later. Okay. That's being built.
Tenno, a new alert has begun. It will be marked on navigation.
Are you watching me build the thing? No. You go do your stuff. I was going to do something. What was I going to do?
I used to love the
the Magnus, build it.
I did that.
What?
Then I got distracted by the little flying robot that was behind me, like it was watching me work on the crafter.
It was spying on you.
Yeah, I like that little thing. It's a netramite or something. I have that in my base. And but I was going to do something. I got on to do something. I don't remember what it is though. Yay for ADD. Oh, I've got to kill 250 tech rot. That's what it is. Got to figure out what I'm going to use to kill a bunch of tech rot. Varuna should work. That sounds fun. Ceylon. Oh, and automatically swap to Akaton. Nice.
I could have lots of little babies. I could probably, come home to that.
Wrong thing. Scaldra Tekrot. Friends only. Murder time.
Plotting route.
th on Isla Mujeres, which is an island in the Mexican Caribbean off the coast of Cancun. With its website promising an electrifying celebration of music, arts, cuisine, comedy, fashion, gaming, sports, and treasure hunting. Now with all this, if you are skeptical, you have McFarland reassuring us that he's not the one handling the details this time around. Instead, he's reportedly got a major Mexican festival producer as well as partners for hotels, travel, and ticketing, helping him make this happen. And importantly, you had NBC saying those partners actually confirmed that they are in fact partnering with him. So after a limited release of tickets back in 2023, the main release of 2,000 tickets went on sale yesterday. And notably, with that, there are 4 different passes that you can buy depending on how credulous you feel. First, there's the $1,400 Ignite General Pass, which actually grows to $1,600 after service and processing fees, plus travel and accommodations that you have to purchase yourself. Then there's the $5,000 Fuego VIP Pass, the $25,000 Phoenix Artist Pass, and the $1.1 million Prometheus Pass. So that last one promising a number of special perks, including onstage access to the water stage, fight team access at the fight pit, a curated itinerary of fire experiences, 24/7 private chauffeur service, dedicated on-site concierge, and access to the Prometheus Marina. You can also bring 8 guests with you and get flown from Miami to Cancun by private jet and then the festival by helicopter. At which point, if everything is real and is happening, a dedicated chauffeur will take you to wherever you're staying, which, depending on your choice, could either be a 4-stateroom yacht or a 4-bedroom villa. Or, hear me out, alternatively, with that money, you could buy 28,947 Don't Be
Ooh, the lag.
shirts from beautifulbastard.com. And with those, I can 100% guarantee none of those will actually be cheese sandwiches. But hey, with that, according to McFarland, at least one person has already bought the Prometheus package. Which, kind of just feels like a leap in the dark because as of right now, no lineup of talent has even been announced. But it's there seeing McFarland telling today's show that he's not in charge of booking, but then also having this interesting exchange with a reporter.
We're going to have artists across electronic, hip-hop, pop, and rock. However, it's not just music. We might have a professional skateboarder do a demonstration. We might have an MMA champion teach you techniques in the morning. And
You say we might have. Are any of these for sure haves? Are they booked?
so I think what makes Fire so cool is that we are selling
That's
the
a no,
experience of
lady.
Fire. I want to be one of the first festivals that can sell out with no artists.
Is it a risk to buy a ticket to Fire Festival too?
I think it's always a risk. You're taking a risk because
Yes.
I made a lot of bad decisions and messed up the first festival. Until it's experienced, there is a risk component to it.
But also a thing that's popped up with this story is you have some people saying that, hey, even if he somehow pulls this off, it's still kind of outrageous because the original festival's investors never got their $26 million back. Though there, you do have McFarlane saying that 10% of the profits from Fire 2 will go towards that, including a minimum of $500,000. And this, as he also promised on Instagram last year, that 1% of all the ticket sales will go directly to the family and friends of incarcerated people. But I will say that this latest announcement appears to make no mention of that pledge. But whatever the case may be, you have McFarlane seeming to have big long-term plans here, with The Guardian quoting him as saying, since 2016, Fire has been the most talked about music festival in the world. Obviously,
No, it
a lot
hasn't.
of it has been negative, but I think that most people, once they kind of get under the hood and study the plans and see the team behind Fire 2, they see the upside. And if it's done well, I think Fire has a chance to be this annual festival that really takes over the festival industry. So I gotta ask, what do y'all think? Another scam? Is it real this
Scam.
time? What is gonna happen? If we were gonna place bets, what is gonna happen? But then, next up, we need to talk about the fact that North Korea pulled off the single biggest crypto heist ever, worth $1.5 billion. Or with a seeing the exchange Bytebit disclosing that 400,000 Ethereum and related coins were stolen back on Friday. You've got experts in the field saying that the way that the theft happened makes it pretty clear that this was done by the North Korean Lazarus group. Or for example, they're known to quickly exchange stolen tokens for Bitcoin or Ether, and this is because other coins have ways to kind of freeze wallets that have stolen tokens, but Bitcoin and Ether don't. And then on top of that, they use decentralized exchanges as another way to hedge against the possibility that their accounts would be frozen. But then also, researchers from the blockchain analysis group Elliptic also pointing out that there were a lot of efforts to layer the transactions, right, which is just a way to try and confuse where the funds are going, but due to the nature of blockchain technology, technically it's possible to track. It's just very time consuming, which is probably why Bybit has now declared war on Lazarus and is crowdsourcing efforts to track all of their 6,338 known wallets to try and freeze as much as they can. But you know, all of this, as many in the crypto space see this attack as possibly a defining moment in the industry because of how it bypassed the gold standard of safety. Right? And so this is a little inside baseball, but you know, it's super important for the story, and I'll try to keep it simple. In crypto, people keep their coins in wallets. And hot wallets are generally accessible from the internet with encryption and make transferring coins much easier. The drawback with that, though, is that being on the web, it's a weak security. And so then you also have cold wallets, which are not connected to the internet, and they need encryption as well, theoretically making them extremely difficult to access outside of physically being there. And Bybit reportedly only had enough coins on its exchange hot wallets to do day-to-day transactions, and the rest were kept in multi-sig cold wallets. So imagine a cold wallet, but it now needs multiple people to give their encryption keys to get access. Yet, somehow, these hackers were able to access these extremely secure cold wallets and move the money around. Now, currently, it is a bit unclear exactly how they managed to do this, but the leading theory is that the cold wallets were, quote, manipulated by a sophisticated attack that altered the smart contract logic and masked the signing interface, enabling the attacker to gain control of the ETH cold wallet. Or, in more layman speak, the hackers managed to trick systems within Bybit to get access to those wallets during a routine transfer of coins. Also, one of the leading theories is that there was possibly a lot of social engineering going on. Right? In Lazarus Group, they're known for spending a ton of time building up unique personas to try and get the trust of key figures in industry. And by doing this, they could possibly trick targets into giving them access through malware to things like the UI needed to get into the cold wallet. But regardless of how this was done, this attack is causing people and companies across crypto to reevaluate how they do their security. Which I will say, well,
Yeah, you shouldn't be in crypto. That's how you should reevaluate your security.
It's probably a good reminder to change your passwords and don't click on random links and emails. Because, you know, while you probably don't have $1.5 billion to lose, hackers won't mind taking far less from you. But with all that said, as far as Bybit and a small bit of it, at least, I guess we could call it good news. Bybit is claiming that even if they can't recover the money, they're solvent and everyone's coins are still back 1-to-1. With CNBC reporting that it replenished its reserves through a mix of emergency loans and large deposits. With them also reporting that a new proof of reserves audit conducted by cybersecurity firm Hackin confirmed that Bybit had successfully restored its reserves. Which is true is big and important, right? Because this wouldn't be the first time a crypto exchange has made this claim, only to then go under after everyone started pulling their coins. But with all that said, especially if you're in the crypto space, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below, along with, you know, your wallet address and maybe even your key. Also, no, not really. That was a joke. Stop it. And then, next up, we should talk about a judge just shutting down AP's attempt to get back into the White House. Because if you don't remember, on his first day in office,
How many have I killed so far?
Ordering the U.S. Interior Department to change the name of
651. Okay, that's enough.
America. But then the Associated Press deciding that they were going to keep using the original name, but acknowledged that Trump had changed it, with them saying that their AP style book is used internationally and that this call was to ensure clarity with those international audiences. But Team Trump were not fans of that call, and so they barred AP reporters from attending presidential events, which then grew to include not just meetings in the Oval Office, but also other areas of the White House as well as Air Force One. With Trump even outright dismissing the entire AP organization as radical left lunatics and saying, we're going to keep them out until such a time as they agree that it's the Gulf of America. And so we saw the Associated Press taking the problem to the courts on Friday, with the goal being to get a restraining order to prevent the White House from banning their reporters. With the AP arguing that this ban was a violation of the First and Fifth Amendments and saying
freedom
that
of
the
the
White House's
press.
retaliation here is a threat to freedom. You had the attorney for the AP during the hearing saying that the lawsuit, it boils down to Trump and his staff punishing one outlet over another by keeping them out of these events. Events that they say they've been included in for over a century and cover on behalf of thousands of newsrooms and broadcasters around the world. With them adding that without intervention from the court, they will face irreparable harm, which would then be felt by their readers and member organizations. However,
Whoops.
on the other side, you have the Trump administration's attorney arguing that the AP had not suffered that irreparable harm because they are still able to report on events that they weren't allowed to attend. And that because they have access to the pool notes that are given to all members of the White House Correspondents Association. With them then going on to argue that just because the AP historically had special access, that does not mean, quote, such access is constitutionally compelled in perpetuity, and saying that it's Trump's prerogative to choose which outlets are allowed in special areas like the Oval Office or Air Force One. However, you had the AP pushing back there, saying that the case isn't a matter of whether Trump has to speak to them, but about his decision to single them out. With their attorney saying, we're not arguing that the President of the United States has to answer the Associated Press's questions, saying the issue is that once he lets the press pool in, he can't say, I don't like you, you're fake news, get out. But with all that said, at least at this point, a judge has sided against AP, with seeing U.S. District Judge Trevor McFadden deciding against issuing the restraining order, with him saying that the AP's problem is, quote, not the type of dire situation that would require intervention against the White House, and adding he is, quote, not inclined to act precipitously on the executive office of the president. But he also then scheduled another hearing on the matter for March 20th for the AP to further argue its case. And this is he also offered a warning to Team Trump, saying that legal precedent from other cases where the White House banned reporters didn't look good. He even reportedly seemed sympathetic to the arguments against them, including the claim that the White House is apparently trying to coerce or punish the AP over a language choice, something that he said amounted to viewpoint discrimination. But also, right, that warning, it did not put a damper on the White House celebration, with the press office saying in a statement, as we have said from the beginning, asking the President of the United States questions in the Oval Office and onboard Air Force One is a privilege granted to journalists, not a legal right. The men throwing up a map with the name Gulf of America on it and a big red victory stamp on the monitors in the briefing room. Also, very notably here, you had the interim U.S. Attorney for D.C., Ed Martin, saying on X before the ruling, as President Trump's lawyers, we are proud to fight to protect his leadership as our president, and we are vigilant in standing against entities like the AP that refuse to put America first, which is then something we saw the New York Times call an extraordinary statement that is suggesting that Justice Department attorneys are the president's lawyers rather than the representatives of the government. And Martin definitely added fuel to this fire because we saw Democratic members of Congress quickly hitting back against it, with us seeing, for example, Virginia Representative Don Bayer responding on X, Washingtonians deserve federal law enforcement who will protect their rights without violating the Constitution and focus on fighting crime rather than trying to censor the free press and political opponents. Basic understanding of punctuation would be nice also, with that punctuation bit likely being a dig at the misplaced apostrophe in Martin's statement. You then also had Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut responding to Martin and saying, this is insane. If you wonder why some of us think the rule of law is about to fall, it's this. The U.S. Attorney for D.C. is not President Trump's lawyer, and its job is not to protect his leadership nor prosecute people who refuse to put America first. But for now, regarding the heart of this story, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens at that hearing in March. But then, finally today, let's talk about yesterday and some commentary brought to you by BeautifulBastard.com, where last night we just dropped all this comfy goodness for you, with our villain and don't be stupid tees and hoodies selling the best. And of course, all that's available in addition to this year's bestsellers so far, with it all just being the best and most comfortable way to wear your feelings. Again, all at BeautifulBastard.com. But like I said, let's talk about yesterday, because in those comments, we largely saw a split. Comments and conversation around the psychiatric
The villain
hospital
one looked
story,
kind of
and then,
interesting.
of course, Trump Elon Musk. With us seeing many agreeing with Smokey, who said, for-profit psychiatric hospital is a terrifying combination of words. With some of y'all replying, my jaw dropped hearing that. I'm horrified to know that such a thing exists. So others joking, why? The for-profit prison system is flawless. With some then going further replying, I have to agree with Thomas Azaz for the most part, saying involuntary commitment needs to be largely outlawed, arguing they're institutions of abuse that largely do not help those forcibly admitted to them. And then saying even if someone is suicidal, involuntary mental health commitment will often make it worse. Being suicidal or mentally ill does not mean you lose the right to consent. Which I will say, I know we covered a lot of new news today, and of course I'd love to know your comments there, but I'd really love to know your thoughts regarding that comment. Or do you think that the system just needs reforms, tweaks, or do you think, get rid of it? But then, in addition to that, there were a lot of conversations and a lot of comments about the Trump Elon Musk reply or resign email scandal. So they're seeing things there like Power Gem writing, federal employee here. My agency told us to go ahead and respond to the email Monday morning. So I wrote up my 5 points, got them approved by my supervisor, and sent them to OPM. And then adding a few hours later, my agency tell us that it is voluntary. I'd be upset at the confusion if it wasn't so blatantly purposeful. Now I potentially have to worry about an AI deciding if my job is mission critical or not. But then several people responding to that saying, you know, I responded to the email as well, saying things like, I highly doubt any kind of real review will be done and the union would be able to file grievances if they decide to fire people or something like this. We also had 8-Bit Brutch, I'm probably mispronouncing that, saying, 17-year employee of the Department of Veterans Affairs here. OPM sent another email today saying that replying was completely voluntary, saying this is nuts. These attacks are meant to wear us down and get us to either kiss the ring / feed or quit. But adding, despite my mental health issues, I'm not quitting. As long as the VA exists and I'm still breathing, I'll keep serving vets until I'm fired, retire, or die. And, you know, something that I want to add there is, while right now the numbers are kind of unclear, I'm very interested to see how many U.S. veterans end up getting fired from these federal purges, because they are most at risk for being disproportionately impacted by all the cuts, and that's because I think like 28% of the federal workforce are vets. And while we're seeing things like the Interior Department saying, hey, from these mass layoffs, the veterans are exempt, one, consistency nor clarity have been words that you would associate with what we've been seeing, right? Have been more chaos. And two, as all of this is playing out, we're seeing things like Politico reporting that a number of Republican lawmakers are privately begging the White House to rehire some of the 1,000 employees dismissed from the Department of Veterans Affairs. But then going back to yesterday, a bunch of y'all were also joking that people should reply that everything that they did on their 5 bullet points
1,
was
that's
classified.
classified.
Though I would
2,
argue
that's
it'd probably be
classified.
better to
3,
do
that's
nothing
classified.
rather than try to poke the bear there. If not, just because it would be easier to hire among those larger numbers of the unknown. But then the final comment that I want to hit on and what I want to say here, I almost wish that I could open up the show with this statement and it wouldn't kill watch time. Because we had Jess saying, every day I look at the news and think, I'm tired. And the news shouts back, that's too damn bad. And what I'll say to that is if you need to take breaks, do it. It is a lot. There is just so fucking much happening right now that you cannot control. And I understand how like just demoralizing that can be. But also I do believe that there is a way that you can consume the news in a way that is not overwhelming. I think that's really the kind of the point of the show that I'm trying to create here. All the other stuff I do on social media, right? I'm posting reels about the news, TikTok, shorts, all of that. All of that is in hopes of bringing someone to the daily dump of this show. Or with the hope being that this can completely or very largely take over your news diet. Everything, people, apps, whatever, it is designed right now to just steal your fucking time. I don't talk like I'm on meth for no reason on this show. Your time is valuable.
Single
I try to
bow
treat
shot,
it as
2
such,
or more
so
enemies,
you
huh?
should also treat it as such. But that, you beautiful bastards, is where your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news is gonna end with your good old buddy Phil. Of course, remember, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, and you can also follow me on these socials.
Okay.
I post a bunch of stuff. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here.
Equipment, inventory. What's that priest name? Parts. Where's parts? Not prime parts. Regular parts. Hey. Priest name. Trying to think of the priest's name. I got to sell a part, and I should have a bunch of him. Harrow. Aha. Harrow chassis. There we go. One of those. Sell item. Yay. Completed. Woo. How are you doing tonight, Jinx? And I got something to show you. See, I want to see what you think of it. It's that. I did that over the weekend. I made a transition. Better than my original transition that I made. The first transition is this one, and the wife didn't like it very much. That was my first transition.
I transitioned and my wife didn't like it as well.
Purple is my like black is my favorite color, but purple is my favorite like actual color. So she didn't like that one. I did that one a long time ago, so I never really used it. I always use the movement one, which is built in. So I always use this one. So it just kind of like my little camera right here, me here, is just going to move. So it just like wipes to where it goes. Right. So it just kind of moves down, you know, and up and that kind of thing. But I made one to actually like hide that kind of stuff while I was at work. So instead it does this, and then I kind of like that. So how was your... Apparently I have... Which one is that? Which one is busted? One of my alerts. Sound alerts. Sound alerts appears to be busted right now. Oh, it's only on that scene that I still have sound alerts listed. No, I mean, still on here. Weird. It must need to just be updated on that one. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. What do we have going on here? All right. Boo. Sound alerts? You're just totally broken, huh? Yeah, that looks to be totally broken. Oh, okay. Well, that's a little bit better. Wow, they got Iron Mouse stuff. It's 11-second alert. Oh. These should work. Huh. Weird. Like, these should work. Yeah. Let me test this.
Put your hands up. No.
Yeah, that works.
What? I said no. Why not?
I don't know why it says it wasn't working.
But I've got a gun. I don't care. Doesn't make any sense. Too bad.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, the next one is featured dojo and then pierce 2 enemies with 1 arrow and kill the profit taker. Featured dojo. That's easy enough. That one's featured.
Solid-state batteries could address some of the biggest issues facing energy storage and EVs, like safety, charge capacity, and longevity. But the biggest problem they face is cost. You can probably see why my interest was piqued when I heard about a new electrode manufacturing technique that apparently uses less energy, less materials, and less factory floor space, all of which means more savings. Plus, researchers have found a new cathode material that works just as well as lithium iron phosphate, but costs only 1 or 2% of its price, potentially knocking 50 to 60% off the cost of a finished battery. That's right, 50 to 60% off the entire
That's nice to
battery
still have
price.
the
So how are these massive savings even
spike
possible?
growth problem?
And could these innovations realistically dethrone current manufacturing methods and battery materials? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. You may have noticed that battery prices are already falling. China's 2 largest battery suppliers, CATL and BYD, are in a full-blown price war after ramping up production in 2022, right before EV sales unexpectedly fell in 2023. In early 2024, CATL announced plans to push prices 50% lower to undercut its competitor. Although Goldman Sachs expects a 50% price drop isn't likely until 2026. And if that price drop does happen, Goldman Sachs predicts EVs may finally reach price parity with traditional internal combustion engine cars. But this
That'd be
isn't
nice.
just about EVs. These dropping prices will impact everything, including home batteries, grid-scale energy storage systems,
That'd
and
also
eventually
be
the phones
nice.
that you're probably watching this video on. The ultimate goal is to make these technologies accessible to everyone. And to get there, manufacturing and material costs are going to have to drop even further. So let's cover a couple of
My
things
chair
that will get
needs
us there.
adjusting.
First
The
is
wheel
a
is in the wrong
manufacturing
spot.
technique entering production now that will lower one of the most costly parts of a battery, their electrodes. The California-based battery technology firm Saku is beginning to license Kavi, the world's first platform for 3D printing battery electrodes. Both the cathode that donates ions during charging and the anode that accepts them will be 3D printed on the Kavian platform. Electrodes are traditionally manufactured in a wet process. Cathode or anode materials are mixed with toxic solvents like NMP to create a slurry. This is coated onto metal foils like copper for the anode and aluminum for the cathode, and then dried in an oven to evaporate the solvent. This means energy is used to heat the ovens and to capture and recycle that toxic solvent. Now, all of this requires equipment with huge factory footprints. We're talking about 80-meter or about 262 feet long equipment. that
Single
is several
bow
stories
shot,
high.
huh?
Saku's Kavian platform only occupies a small footprint in comparison, at just 15 to 20 meters or about 49 to 65 feet long. They can effectively manufacture electrodes with their dry process that doesn't use solvents or an oven. Dry electrode
And mining
powder
in
is
the Plains of
printed
Eidolon.
onto foils at
You can
desired
do both of those
thickness,
at the same time.
conditioned, and then inspected. If a batch of electrode fails the quality check, it's straightforward to recover that expensive electrode material and then try again, unlike with a wet manufacturing process. These material and space efficiencies add up. According to Saku, its dry printing platform requires less capital investment at startup, uses 30% less factory floor space, and 25% less labor.
Bow.
The company claims it eliminates those toxic solvents, wastes less water, and uses a third less energy in comparison to wet electrode manufacturing. It likely also saves on the expended solvent disposal costs too. That's a lot of savings to be passed on to the consumer, especially if those battery price wars continue. So fingers crossed. You're probably wondering though, what kind of batteries are we talking about? Nickel, cobalt, lithium? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Throw aluminum and sodium onto that list too. Saku says its dry printing can be adapted to a lot of different cathode and anode materials, whether they'll be used with a liquid or solid electrolyte. What I find most interesting is that the dry printing technology could open up even more options. Denser electrodes, multi-layered electrodes, and electrodes that are made from materials that weren't compatible with the wet process. So they really haven't been explored that much yet. By eliminating the slurry and 3D printing the electrode, these batteries can easily take on any shape. This dry printing method allows for custom designs that fit seamlessly into products like an e-bike frame, maximizing battery size without wasting space, even in unusual shapes. Now, instead of building a phone around a battery pack, a battery could be built around the other components in the phone, giving small electronics
Makes
the most
sense.
oomph possible in a tiny package. 3D printing also allows for more geometric flexibility in designs, which allows for more electrode surface area. With such a novel technique, more research can be conducted to optimize electrode shape. And knowing all of that, it's unsurprising that Saku's Cavian platform has been named to Time's list of the best inventions of 2024. But invention is only the first step. We're looking for technologies that are rolled out ready. And that's why Saku is partnering with 2 established battery makers to take the Cavian platform into the industrial space, with hopes for more partnerships and licenses in the future. SK On, the world's 5th largest battery manufacturer with headquarters in South Korea and additional production facilities in the US, is beginning a joint development project with Saku to perfect their dry printing technology for industrial scale operations. Saku is also partnering with Quebec-based Electronics that scales up the production of its aluminum-ion batteries for incorporation into grid systems, showing just how versatile the Cavian platform is for a variety of electrode materials. And Saku isn't the only company launching dry electrode manufacturing either. Tesla is beginning to incorporate dry-coated electrodes into its latest and greatest battery, the 4680. And AM Batteries just shipped its first rolls of nickel manganese cobalt electrodes with its own dry coating method to a major battery cell provider for performance validation. After fine-tuning the assembly line, it's time to nickel and dime, and maybe even penny those material costs, because there are some insane savings at play here. Right now, electrodes are applied onto cheap aluminum and expensive copper foils, which act as current collectors, allowing electricity to flow in and out of the battery. But copper is so pricey that even pennies had to downsize. Since the 1980s, they've been made with a thin copper coating over zinc. Let's face it, when pennies are pinching pennies, you know it's time to rethink copper in batteries. Although it's still in the experimental phase and far from commercial deployment, Saku is exploring a couple of ways to drop the expense and the weight from current collectors. The company is developing
pick a name, pick a way to say the name of the company and stick with it, guy.
On the outside, or even
Matt,
tabs from the negative and positive terminals. Instead, individual cells can be stacked up to create high voltage batteries that only have metal foils on their outermost edges. This reduces battery materials, weight, and cost even more. Instead of metal foils, Saku is pivoting towards composite current collectors, which are typically polymers engineered with conductive additives that boost their conductivity while reducing overall weight. Switching from metals to cheap polymer composites.
I mean, what you got to do when you have a foreign named company is like get in touch with somebody from the company and you're doing your research and be like, yo, how do you pronounce this company's name?
Potential price drop for future batteries.
And then just mimic them.
Also offer peace of mind for anyone haunted by viral videos of lithium battery fires. They can be fire retardant, helping to suppress thermal runaway and reduce ignition risk. With advancements in battery cost, weight, and safety, it's no surprise that composite current collectors are a growing focus of innovation. At the US Department of Energy's Oak Ridge National Laboratory, researchers recently unveiled a metal-free current collector for graphite anodes. Crafted from carbon fibers and nanotubes embedded in a polymer matrix, their composite current collector had better charge transfer and faster charging speeds than traditional copper foil. The race is on to develop polymer-based current collectors optimized for each battery type. To succeed, they'll need to match at least the performance of copper foil and demonstrate durability across thousands of charge and discharge cycles. And the urgency couldn't be greater. The International Energy Agency warns that if nations are on track to meet their climate targets, global copper production will only satisfy about 70% of the projected demand by 2035. Even more concerning, global lithium mining is projected to meet only about 50% of demand by 2035. The rock-bottom prices we enjoy for lithium batteries today could rebound sharply within the next decade unless we develop alternative cathode materials that match lithium energy's density. But there's also progress happening right now to diversify the lithium supply chain and make it more affordable too. But that's a separate video.
Always rape the bottom of the ocean.
I call out the cathode because it's the MVP of battery performance. It impacts capacity, energy density, and lifespan, while also tipping the scales as the heaviest component. That's why the R&D is so heavy on cathodes in comparison to the anode or electrolyte. Hailong Chen and his research team at the Georgia Institute of Technology, also known as Georgia Tech in Atlanta, are unleashing the potential of a cathode material you've probably never heard of, iron trichloride. And chlorides haven't previously been
Why are these guys showing up on my map?
They dissolve in the electrolytes used in traditional lithium-ion batteries. But with solid-state technologies on the horizon, researchers revisited this cheap material with priceless results. Small-scale iron trichloride batteries built in Chen's laboratory outperformed the cheapest commercially available lithium cathode material, lithium iron phosphate. Despite a slightly lower specific capacity at 159 milliamp hours per gram compared to lithium iron phosphate's 170, the iron trichloride cathode delivered a high voltage of 3.65 volts versus 3.4 volts. And this combination resulted in a superior energy density of 558 watt-hours per kilogram, exceeding the typical range of lithium iron phosphate batteries, which falls between 420 and 550 watt-hours per kilogram. And the real question is, does this cathode chemistry stand the test of time? Their iron trichloride battery retained 83% of its initial capacity after 1,000 cycles, with an impressive efficiency of 99.95%. That's comparable to many commercial lithium-ion batteries using cobalt and manganese, but it falls short of the 2,000 plus cycles above 80% capacity that you typically see in a lithium iron phosphate battery. Still, for an early-stage design, it's an impressive result. With further development and optimization, iron trichloride battery longevity may well match that of lithium iron phosphate. And if it does, it'll deliver better long-term performance at a lower price point. So how do they slash the costs? Well, unlike cobalt and nickel, which are difficult and expensive to extract, iron and chloride are among the most abundantly available elements on Earth. Iron is mined in vast quantities for steel production or recycled from scrap steel, while chloride is easily extracted from brines and other salt sources.
Yeah.
Together, they're sustainable, plentiful, and incredibly cheap. It's ideal ingredients for driving down battery costs. In fact, an iron trichloride cathode is just 1% the cost of a lithium cobalt oxide cathode and 2% of the cost of a lithium iron phosphate cathode.
Yeah, cobalt's a lot
Even with
harder
the
to
added
get to.
cost of the lithium anode required by the iron trichloride cathode, Chen's team estimates that the total cost of the battery system could drop from the current $120 to $150 per kilowatt hour for a lithium ion battery cell to just $50 to $80 per kilowatt hour. If that's true, once this leaves the lab, it would represent a savings of about 50 to 60%.
One shot, two guys.
Those are the kinds of price drops that might bring EVs and home energy storage within the reach of most people. Those are the kinds of cost cuts that could speed up the transition away from internal combustion engines and towards cleaner, more sustainable electric motors. However, we may be waiting a while longer. These technologies, which eliminate lithium from the cathode and ditch copper from the current collectors, are still stuck in R&D and likely 5 or more years away from commercialization. With the rollout of iron trichloride
Here goes the
cathodes
three rares.
hinging on solid-state technologies, the market debut could end up being solid late. As dry electrode manufacture enters its commercial phase, we'll hopefully see consistent price drops for lithium-ion batteries, even if the price war starts to cool. Because, well, that's the thing about game-changing innovation. It's not usually the flashy breakthroughs that make it happen. Instead, it's the practical advances like smarter materials, streamlined designs, and more efficient manufacturing. By focusing on abundant resources and cutting energy inputs, these technologies don't just slash costs, but pay off their carbon debt faster too. In the end, it's a win for your wallet and the environment. Now that's a greener future we can all plug into. But what do you think? Do you think these battery price wars and cost savings are gonna hit rock bottom like they say? Jump in the comments and let me know. And be sure to listen to my follow-up podcast, Still to Be Determined.
Never.
We'll keep this conversation going. Thanks as always to my patrons for your continued support and helping to keep the channel going. Keep your mind open, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next one.
They'll never hit rock bottom because the goal is to drive down manufacturing costs while keeping the actual retail price the same, which allows you to drive profit up as high as possible. People are willing to pay a certain amount, what they are paying right now. As long as you can make something cheaper that performs just as well, you can still sell it for roughly the same amount. Undercut it slightly so people will pick yours, but then slowly increase the price to what the competitors are now so that you make the same amount, since you already drove the competitors out of the market. So you undercut, drive them out, bankrupt them, then increase your prices to what their prices were so that you can buy a new yacht. All in the name of like inflation. Oh, there was a problem in the resources in the distribution chain. Bullshit, nonsense, blah 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 blah. Did you believe the con? Yes, great. Now we're going to steal more of your money. And somebody around the corner will do the same thing. They'll find a less expensive way to make something slightly more crappy. Maybe better if you're lucky. So that they can have a better profit margin. Slightly undercut you to get the deal. Drive you out of business. Or into a different business unless you can improve. And then they hope to raise their prices back up to where you were. Because of, you know, bird flu or something.
This is Nora Knight, letting you know she's
3 bounties on Orvalis.
and on the home stretch.
We'll go kill the Prophet Taker, though.
Let's check what's next.
I used to love the old myths about mortals getting on the gods and monsters. Now they live out my very own. Ah, from bard to write it all down for us.
I want to go Enos. Still. Or do I want to go Nyx?
How glorious.
Nyx might be more interesting. Let's try it and see how it does. Yes, please. Oh no. Okay, well, let's see about this.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of Piracy Appears to be the Answer to Everything. I'm your host, Louis Rossman. Last year, Disney tried to get out of having to be taken to court for a restaurant on their property killing somebody's wife because the husband had hit agree to a forced arbitration in a Disney Plus streaming application that they never actually signed up for because it was a trial. Whether or not you think that Disney should get in trouble or should not get in trouble because of what a restaurant did on their property is up to a court to decide. Not Disney's streaming application. Disney put ads into plans that did not have ads. There's this following what's unfortunately an industry trend, whether we're talking about Disney or we're talking about Hulu, that says, we are clarifying as we continue to increase the breadth and depth of the content we make available to you. Circumstances may require that certain titles and types of content include ads, even if there are no ads or ad-free subscription tiers. On Hulu, on Disney, this is also happening for some people on Amazon Prime, and now you get this bullshit, where you get treated like a criminal, which is usually what happens when you decide to pay them, rather than when you pirate. When you pirate, you get a file that you could play anywhere, anytime, on any device. When you pay for a streaming service, you get this bullshit, where this TV does not seem to be a part of the Disney Plus household for this account. Or you'll get, you've used all your household updates. You can't update your household right now. Now, there's an option over here where you can say that you're away from home, and if you click that, you'll get, you've used all of your I'm away requests. I understand that they want to crack down on password sharing. Password sharing is where all my friends don't want to pay for accounts, so I give them my username and my password, and they all sign in. So rather than each of us having to pay $10 or $20 a month, one person pays $10 or $20 a month, and then 100 or 200 people can get access to that account. The problem is that they've gone so far in the other direction that people that have dynamic IP addresses at home are getting screwed here. If you're on a smartphone, your IP address is going to be changing constantly. But ironically, this is actually affecting home users more often. Maybe somebody that has this installed on their laptop as well as on their TV. Or they're watching on their phone and then later on they watch on their television. Or, you know, I use Spectrum Internet, which means that my IP address changes as often as BlackBerry interrupts me while I'm doing a video. You're squinting though, huh? Because you're not getting any attention? Here, come over. You can get some attention. Good kitty. Good kitty. Home residential internet users usually don't pay for a
I can't call them arguing
They
which
often
weapon.
may use different devices. I understand Disney wanting to not have one person pay for Disney Plus and for that one account to be streaming to the entire world, but at the other end of it, you have people that did not have ads before that now have ads. And they're also going to have to jump through all these hoops. Now, Disney has not implemented an actual fix for this. What you have to do is you have to contact customer service to get temporary reprieve. Temporarily, they'll have an agent look through your account, and if they believe it's not abuse, they'll fix it. The problem is, it'll just keep happening again and again and again. It's like the 2011 A202915 MacBook motherboard of streaming services. Ow, BlackBerry, what are you... Why? You ate already. Why are you trying to eat me? What doing? Fucking weirdo. So they haven't implemented a real solution to this. It just keeps happening again and again, and you're going to have to keep contacting support again and again. You know when you don't have to contact support every 1 or 2 days because your service stops working? When you pirate. You get a file that will work from now until the end of time on every single device without ever having to connect to the internet. And ironically, a lot of the time, it's actually higher quality. If I watch Netflix, I'm going to get some 720p bullshit unless I go through or jump through all their hoops and get the perfect computer and the perfect monitor, and the computer has to have the right processor from the right brand and the right rep. Or I can get a file that's a Blu-ray rip, that's 100 gigabytes, that's uncompressed, that's going to look better than what it is that's on Netflix. You get better quality when you pirate. You get better service when you pirate. The entire reason that I started paying for these services is because they became better than piracy. Back in the day, if I wanted to be able to watch 24 and I missed an episode on television, I would have to wait 6 months to a year for when the DVD came out. It aired in 720p, but the DVD would be low resolution, standard definition. If I wanted to pay, I got a worse experience than I did if I downloaded it. And it would be instant, rather than having to wait 6 months to see a rerun. My tape machine broke back in the day when I actually had a VCR, a JVC Super VHS VCR for recording 24, so I wouldn't miss it. And it's really weird that over 20 years later, they still can't figure out that giving a worse experience when people pay will just lead them to piracy. Now, I hear what they're saying, which is we need to do all this crap so that people don't pirate. We need to make it as hard as possible for people to abuse the system. But the more you make it difficult for people to abuse the system, the more you wind up abusing the paying customers and thereby driving them to piracy, which is always better. Personally, again, this is my opinion. I don't think that my opinion matters to most of you, and nor should. Because it also, my opinion takes away from the principle. Disney Plus content sucks. This is not the Disney that made Pinocchio and the shit that I watched when I was younger. I personally, I wouldn't even pirate this content. But that doesn't change the fact. It's wrong. Look at this shit. Just read through these threads. I mean, it just never ends. With that, we'll pet BlackBerry. What a purring kitty. Wanna mess with the microphone, Menace? Mess with the microphone. Here you go. Good little kitty. So glad that you're doing better, BlackBerry. So happy for you. So much more energetic now. Good girl. Fuck up the microphone. Tell those subwoofer users they can suck it. beating this stand into submission. Follow the mic. Somebody said, by the way, that you're supposed to loosen. You're not supposed to just move it up and down. I have to loosen it, then move it up, and then tighten. Which is what I've been doing since literally day one of buying this piece of shit mic stand. I don't want to spend $1,000 on a latch lift. I really don't. But I'm gonna spend screwing with this mic stand. Will really have made it worth it to just get a latch lift. Would you pay for Disney Plus? I sure wouldn't. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. The wiki got one page longer. Wiki.rossmangroup.com. Wiki.rossmangroup.com.
We did it! We did it! Get in there, Tenor. Rip out anything you think might help our cause. What's that sound?
The satellite is continuing to overcharge the ore. At this rate, in a matter of seconds, it will... Outworlders, run!
Why would your contact just let himself get killed? Quills don't make mistakes.
Quills don't make mistakes, and there's always an agenda. Always.
Woo.
That's what I'm afraid of. Superlative work as always, Outworlder. Thank you. See you back in Fortuna. LD, Beauty, how about that drink?
I think it's probably easier still on Enos.
Let's sow a little chaos, shall we?
Okay. Hmm. What's Pumpkin Guy talking about?
ENT. All right, we got to go to this ENT guy, the ear, nose, throat guy. We had to go to a completely different, almost on the border of the state to find this guy, all right? We saw him once before for the throat, way back in, when I think it was 2021. We saw him for the throat. Of course he doesn't remember us. I hate that. I hate when doctors don't what?
They see a
Give something like
bajillion
candy.
people.
All right, well, you got to get some then. Hey. I don't like when doctors don't remember me. I don't like it. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I saw you. He's like, did you? I'm like, yeah, 2021, we had a throat issue. There was a little thing going on.
That was like 3 years ago. That's like a
Getting
bajillion
off to
people.
a great start. Okay, in their defense, they got to see hundreds of people.
Yeah.
You know, but we are very unique individuals, and I expect people to remember me.
No, you're not. You're insane.
So we go in there.
If they knew what you did,
weird stuff. I'm like, oh, God. And
if they
here's the
knew who
problem with
you
an ENT
were,
office.
aside from your problem,
Every time you go to an
they
ENT,
would remember you,
especially
man.
for a hearing thing,
Because you're completely insane.
You can't hear. So everybody in an ENT office is talking to me.
But
like
they don't
I'm
know
an
who you are.
80-year-old with a broken. Go.
How can someone forget meeting Pumpkin Guy and John?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think IRL, you're very low-key and forgettable. No
Yeah.
offense.
In real life.
Well, you didn't have me there, so there's a problem. Yeah, they definitely would have remembered you if I was there. Oh, the guy with the pumpkin, yeah. No. Everyone in ENT office talks to you like you're an 80-year-old with a broken hearing aid. And they're like, what are you here for today? You have problems with your ears? I'm like, yeah, everything is really loud. Oh, everything is really loud? Yes, including you. You're very loud. Okay, cool. Oh, they're like, oh, I'm sorry. You know, it's just, most people have hearing issues. I'm like, yeah. So this is the person checking me in. Then we got to go to the back. There's the nurse. So what brings you in today? Got to explain it to them. Oh. So you hear things very loud. I'm like, yeah, everything. You know, pin drops or hammers, bro. Oh, okay. All right. Another nurse comes in. Hey, what's your problem today? Oh, all right. This keeps going on and on. Everybody in the waiting room is talking exceedingly loud because they all have broken hearing aids or are messed up hearing. So, you know what? You know what we're going to do? We're going to get you a hearing test. Okay. But I'm telling you, I can hear really well. We'll just have the guy make sure. Oh, God. Waiting there in the exceedingly loud, obnoxious, the fluorescent lights sounded like small jackhammers. I'm sitting there and I'm waiting. I'm waiting for this guy to come out and put me in a soundproof booth, right? Guy comes out. Hey, you're here for a hearing test? Oh, my God. Why are you doing this? So I go in there. I'm like, yeah, everything's really loud. They're like, oh, everything's really loud. Oh, again, I just explained this to like 3 other people. Everything is really loud. They're like, let's check your ears. Oh. I literally take earplugs out because I'm waiting this whole time. Keep in mind, we haven't seen a doctor yet. They're like, oh, you're wearing earplugs. I'm like, yes, everything is really loud. Well, we'll get you into the booth and we'll do some tests, whatever. They put those weird little things. If you ever had a hearing test, they stick weird things in your ear, right? This isn't the sound thing where they, figure out what you can and can't hear. They basically stick these things in your, like earplugs or headphones, whatever. They stick them in your ears and they put a series of sounds and air being blown into your ear. And I'm like, all right, let's do this. It was actually painful. When they
I can imagine.
Air into the ear, it was actually painful. And they have diagnostic charts that come up on the computer based on the, what do you call it? Reflexes, eardrum reflexes. So I stop him. I'm like, is this supposed to be painful? He's like, it could be a little aggravating. I'm like, okay, let me explain aggravating. You might as well just be shooting a gun into my ear right now. Oh, is it loud? Oh. Just continue with it. So I'm there, grinding my teeth at the exceeding pain that is being bombarded into my brain holes. The guy looks at the chart. He's like, wow, you have very sensitive hearing.
That's what I've been telling you people.
Thanks. No, but look at this. He's like, these reflexes are amazing. We still got to do a hearing test, though. Oh. Go ahead, put me in a booth. The soundproof booth is the only time I get a reprieve from everybody bombarding me with sound. So I go into the soundproof booth, blah, 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 put on the head thing. Okay, all you got to do is press this little button anytime you hear a thing. Doesn't matter what ear. They go through the battery of tones that are assaulting my mind. I'm sitting there clicking it like I'm playing track and field on the NES because there's just so many sounds. I'm like, click, 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 click. I get out. He does a printout of it. He looks at it. He's like, honestly, I'm a little jealous. I'm like, why? What's wrong with it? He's like, no, this is like perfect. I'm like, what? I tried to make a joke, but he's like, thankfully he didn't like, it's perfect. He's like, your hearing is spectacular. So, you know what? We're going to put you in a room and a doctor will come in and see you. Oh, God. So I'm sitting there in this nice, quiet room till this guy, heavy walker, coming down the hallway. It's like a giant. Boom, boom, boom. Opens the door, like flinging it open like he's just breaking into somebody's house. He's like, so what brings you in today? Oh my God. Look at the chart first. Look at the chart first. Please do not yell at me. Don't yell at me. Don't do it.
Multiple targets ahead.
I was like, oh. So everything's loud. Well, according to the chart, you don't have any ear problems.
There's a heavy unit
Oh,
approaching.
your hearing's very good, actually. Look at this. It's basically the same that it's been since the last time we had a set. We had no drop off and nothing. So he's like, all right, well, have you been exposed to any loud sounds? And of course, being neurotic,
Hey, damage taken
that we
0.
are, we break out the phone. Now, we have this sound sensor that measures decibels and records basically everywhere we are, right? Because we're weird. I showed this
Yes,
guy
you
the
are.
chart. He's like, where do you work? He's like, you work at a library? I'm like, no, I work at a home office. Everything is very quiet all the time. Huh. Well, according to this, you haven't been exposed to any loud sounds. Thanks for the follow. And I'm like, oh, God. So, this goes back and forth. He's like sticking things in our ears, checking our nose, sinuses, all this other stuff. So, everybody who thought it was like sinusitis and they were throwing drugs at you the whole time. This guy's like, no, it's not sinusitis. You're fine. I'm like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, we don't know what's going on. What? We don't know what's going on. So, we go through a battery of bombardments just to have them say, well, see how you feel in 2 months, and then come back and maybe we'll do an MRI. I'm like, I literally couldn't listen to anything for a month already. So here's the thing. We had to do some research. We did some research. All right, let's see if we can find us. Boop. All right, here we go. All right. Hyperacusis, chat. Hyperacusis. So this seems to be one of the two things that we may actually have. Hyperacusis is a rare hearing disorder that causes people to perceive everyday sounds as uncomfortably loud. It can affect one or both ears. Both ears for us, thanks. Sounds that are normally tolerable, like traffic, running water, or car engine, are too loud. Yes. High-frequency sounds may be especially bothersome. Absolutely. Reactions to sound can include annoyance, fear, pain, or desire to avoid particular situations. Yes.
Yes.
So these are our symptoms here. All right. So the other one, boop, misophonia is a condition that causes people to have extreme reactions to certain sounds. It can affect a person's ability to live normally. Yeah, that explains a lot. Symptoms, increased heart rate. We don't get that.
Doesn't sound like
no. Behavioral reactions such as avoiding situation with trigger sounds.
That one's
verbal reactions such as talking or yelling.
a fear response.
We will sometimes make audible sounds
Misophonia
to try to override whatever loud sounds
is like
non-violent
psychological.
or violent actions to stop the sound. I will say I violently grab a remote control to mute it instantly. Like if I'm watching TV and one of those loud commercials comes on for some kind of poo remover or something like that.
No.
Yeah. So triggers, sounds associated with eating or chewing. Generally, I don't care. Unless it's hitting that weird kind of bubblegum chewing thing where people kind of like snap their gum.
You're
and
saying
stuff
that
like
everything
that.
is loud. It's the other one.
Images and silent videos of eating and chewing. I don't know how anybody's getting triggered by silent videos who have hearing disorders, but yeah. So causes, brain disorder, involves disruption of the brain's connectivity. Well, yeah, I could, neurodivergent, that'll happen. Maybe one of these two things.
It's probably that
Eating
one.
is gross and what? Annoying or snoring? But generally, we don't have a problem with either of those. It's just everything is perceived very loudly, especially recently. So, like, I have no idea. Like, we have no idea. They have no idea. There's no cure for it. Apparently, hyperacusis can be caused by stress, anxiety, or depression. And I'm like, why? Sometimes grinding teeth, which we do grind our teeth. So at least the ENT was like, do you grind your teeth? I'm like, yes. Do you wear a night guard? Yes. Also the TMJ thing, if anybody has that, when you, if you open your mouth too wide, it'll make a cracking sound. Go.
Hey, Pumpkin and Bikini Pauline.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah,
Hey,
been
hey,
there.
Hi. Hyperacusis sounds more of the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, I shouldn't have to self-diagnose ourselves, but what, you talk to your mom and she's like, well, you've always had sensitive hearing. Like, even as a little kid, she's like, yeah, every time there was really loud sounds, it would annoy you.
could also be a symptom of autism. People with autism tend to have heightened senses.
Yeah, we just assumed we're on some sort of spectrum, if not all of them. So it could be that, but of course, all the remedies are either sound therapy to kind of help you deal with loud sounds. Some places say earplugs, wear earplugs so it reduces sound. That's a temporary fix. It doesn't really solve the problem. So I don't know. It's like
that was an
exposed to louder
Orbalis
and louder
bounty.
sounds to normalize it for the brain.
I should go back and do 2
way
more.
to go. And I got to say, that seems to be more of the issue because, again, we have literally worked for ourselves in a very quiet room for 20-something years. So I guess it would just, our sense of what is loud is completely different from everybody else. So it's like if you work in a library or something like that and everything's super, super quiet, thanks for the follow. So, I mean, we'll figure it out. We'll do experiments and stuff. I'll wear earplugs when I need to if I feel like everything is a little too overwhelming. But I don't know. We're moving forward. We'll try to just adapt.
Excuse me.
And then have somebody look at your brain to see how stupid it is. So we wear earpods all the time to black out some of this and blend in. Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I have autism. My sense of taste is very high. I don't like texture of food. I can't. What's all that makes me sick? You have a very excellent sense of smell and taste. You could pick out elements of food that people don't even know are there. So yeah, if it's a heightened sensory thing.
The ladies out there, don't ask a guy a question.
Coffee, go.
The truth. Because they'll give it to you, and then you'll be sad. Ask for an honest opinion and be glad that you got it. May not be what you want here, but yes, dear, those pants make you look fat. Why don't you use this? This looks so much better.
Bounties.
Because you are
Cute.
Staring into my soul. Stop that. Ah, there we go. It's normal. Evie, what's up? Due to aging, things change as you get older. Yeah, maybe that's a thing too. Because maybe stuff that didn't really bother you in the past bothers you more now. Because you're getting old. Break out the cane. No, we're not old enough to get Social Security yet. Damn it. We are a ways off from that, dude. Try getting some noise-canceling headphones. We have those. We have those. I actually find noise-canceling headphones to be bothersome. Because I'm feeling whatever that sound is that's trying to cancel out, whatever that noise thing is, it literally bothers me. I don't know why. I don't like noise-canceling headphones, and I don't like knowing if someone is coming up behind me. I kind of have that issue, too. Because we've had a lot of people just creep up behind you, in everywhere, and just whack you in the head for no reason. That's a problem if you were like a product of bullying or something like that. You're always like, you got your head on a swivel. You're like, brr. Like PTSD. Is anybody gonna throw something at me? What's going on? What's going on? I don't want to be hit in the head with textbook. No, dude. It's like even now you're at a bank and you're like looking around. You're like, I hope this person behind me doesn't hit me with a textbook. And I'm like, who has a textbook now? Or you're just a New Yorker. Yeah, that doesn't help either. I don't find that noise canceling anything actually works. There's always still noises or some terrible quiet humming. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on. I have like mid-range, Sony. They were like $100. That's a lot for me to be spending on headphones.
The
Yeah, right.
sound dampening of active canceling for headphones gives me a headache if I have it on for too long. It feels like elevation pressure changes on my ears.
Thank you. That's exactly how it feels to me too. So as much as I do like noise canceling, I do feel like it accentuates pressure, which I do not like. Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. Thank you. See, that works. Higher quality noise canceling headphones, the better the canceling. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I need it. I feel like part of my brain is like, you know what? Walk it off. Take a salt tablet. You know, that kind of thing. When it comes to this hearing crap, because I'm just like, there's literally, I cannot live just being, oh, everything's too loud. You know, it's annoying. You know, and even though we were kind of like that, you're like that as a kid, but you managed. But I don't know. It's just bizarre.
Okay, gotta get another video going.
I've just been watching the news. Did some night waves. I'll go back and do some more later.
I'm doing
Gotta
right
catch
now.
up. Because I've neglected them because I just not playing as much.
I'm doing one for the bounties and orb bells. But I'm also falling asleep. I had my energy drink and a half cup of coffee. I'm like, because I was tired. Woke up early today to go get the chest x-ray.
I want coffee now.
I'll go get you a cup of coffee. Mine had chocolate syrup in it and caramel.
When I drink coffee, I'm compulsive. I'll keep drinking it. Like, I mean, I'll drink a liter of it. No worries. I love coffee.
I don't like coffee. It activates my superpowers. That's no reason to say my superpowers are horrible. My superpower is the ability to clog any toilet on Earth. Nobody wants that.
My superpowers are awesome. Yep, it wants to push that little red button, turn the rod, the glass, and start again. Obviously, I don't want to see anybody. I like Hurt. I dislike Hurt, actually. It's kind of contradictory within itself.
Excuse me. Here we go. You gonna fall down, little fella? Not really. Oh, that one's done. 2 or 3 orb ballast thingies. Let's listen to this.
A couple nights ago on stream during the premiere of Season 3, was going over some wacky stories and someone put a little something nefarious on my radar. The story of a man named Kevin Van Leeuwen, a name that lives in infamy. You may be familiar with Mick Levin, but you do not want to know the tale of Van Leeuwen, that much I assure you. Kevin Van Leeuwen was a home inspector who in 2021 performed some despicable acts of degeneracy on a Tickle Me Elmo doll. And yes, it's exactly what you're thinking.
Oh no.
Van Leeuwen went from home inspector to chode injector, putting his wiener all in and around the mouth of a Tickle Me Elmo doll in a child's nursery of a home that he was hired to
What the
inspect.
fuck?
Obviously pretty disgusting stuff. The man is by all definitions a predator. And, you know, actually, instead of just telling you the story, I'm just going to show you the clips from the stream real quick, and then I'll come in at the end and go over a bit more with what I've learned on Van Leven since the Elmo fucking. Have you seen the home inspection guy who had fun with a Tickle Me Elmo on Law and Crime? You put "had fun" in quotes, which makes me think it's something dubious. Home inspector caught pleasuring himself with Elmo doll. Oh, jeez, man. That's not... Elmo never wanted any of that to happen. That's not what Sesame Street's all about. Come on,
What is
man.
wrong with people?
Having him tickle you? What the fuck? Do they show anything? Because I really want to learn more about this now. Here, let me skim through on the other monitor real quick.
Well, you certainly don't hear this one every day.
You're wrong. I actually do hear that every day. Thank you
That's
very
all.
much. I can't
Yeah,
go
as
down
a
the
species,
street
we're
without walking
really
into a man
messed
that
up.
hasn't pleasured himself with an Elmo doll. What a ridiculous assumption. It's like he's never heard of Tampa. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, let's see. Why would he do such a thing?
This guy's going over a story about a home inspector
That's a good mugshot too. This looks like
who
an
was caught
Elmo
on a
fucker.
nanny cam.
He's got some crazy hair. He's got Christopher
He went
Lloyd
to
in
somebody's
Blue
house
hair. I can't remember the villain's
to
name.
inspect the
I'll look him up
house.
real quick.
Well, you certainly
And found the kid's room and saw a Tickle Me Elmo doll and was like, I'm gonna fuck that.
Not quite. I misremembered.
So the nanny cam caught him whipping his cock out and fucking the Tickle Me Elmo dog in the face.
because a Michigan family had trusted
Oh
a home
my
inspector to
God.
look over their property as they got ready to sell.
He was only
But when they
simulated,
checked their home
wasn't he? He
security
didn't really
system,
have it
They
out.
spotted him violating their trust in one of the
Apparently,
most
no, he pulls it
egregious
out.
ways imaginable. He was pleasuring
It was one
himself
thing to
in the
fake it,
child's
is
nursery.
another thing to actually do it.
And I'm just like,
Sickening stuff here. We'll go over how this
what the hell is wrong with people? First of all, why the hell would you fuck a Tickle Me Elmo doll?
What the? What? They hit him with an age beam.
Like,
Wow.
what the hell?
Whoa. This is two different dudes.
What the
sharing
hell
one
is-
body.
How this could have escalated.
What were you
if he hadn't
thinking,
been
man?
caught. And I'm going to break it all down.
This face says he'll do it again too.
Chris Hansen.
Hide your Elmos.
Presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We go back, unfortunately, to March of
I guess
2021.
it's just got a thing
family
for
in
Tickle Me
Oxford
Elmos.
Township, Michigan.
Rough year for Sesame Street
was putting
plushies.
their house up for sale. That home inspector was Kevin Wayne Van Loven, of nearby Clarkston. And of course,
That's the perfect name. Kevin Van Loven. The guy who fucked Elmo. You couldn't write that any better. Is this not like a plan?
Yeah, I have to agree with him on that. The guy's name couldn't have been any better. His name was Van Loven.
Tickle Me Elmo is basically meant to be like a child.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So, the actual
Maybe he's got
Gherkin
pedophilia
Gherkin
tendencies.
Oh my
Pedophile
God.
tendencies.
I'm malfunctioning. So the event took place over here, and then he brought Elmo over.
Oh,
here.
wait, it's just outright
Why?
disgusting.
I thought what happened is he put Elmo on the ground, and that's where he did the deed. But that's not the case. He's actually moving Elmo from the scene of the crime. So it seems like he knew the camera was here, because he put his back to it for the coitus, and then goes off camera to put it down over here. He had to know. And if you pay close attention, you can see Elmo blinking an SOS, like that old POW video that floats around occasionally. He was letting Elmo inspect his pants. That's true. Maybe it is just part of the job.
a red
A thorough inspection.
Elmo doll. Yeah. Walks across the room, places the doll somewhere off camera, and as he adjusts it, you can actually hear that signature Elmo laugh on the security cam. Tell me that's not just the most incredibly unsettling thing you've seen, but
That's like straight out of the Joker. That is like actually in the Joker 2 when they fucking sexually assault him and he has the condition where he's laughing. Elmo just did that to the home inspector. Holy. fucking traumatized him.
In my career, but never one who was preying on a child's toy. A Sesame Street character. What a sacrilege.
Well, get out there. Let's take him down.
It's disturbing.
It makes me wonder if there was a plan. If he knew, like, did he just walk in and find a toy that he, or is it like, I'm trying
Why don't we ask him? We have him in jail.
This was, in a way, premeditated.
Is this something that would have continued into a more violent human content crime? I mean,
What was this guy's name? Why are we speculating? We can just ask him, hey, why'd you pop your Winky in Elmo's mouth in the children's nursery? We can ask him what the fuck the plan was or the thought process. Surely Kevin Van Loven isn't, you know, tight-lipped about his degeneracy. During questioning, Van Loven said he moved the doll to inspect an electrical outlet but did nothing else. When told there was a camera in the nursery, Van Loven allegedly made incriminating statements and apologized. No, what? I was just moving Elmo. He was blocking an electrical outlet, so I had to fucking strangle him down there like Homer Simpson around Bart. You guys just got it all wrong. Whoa, what is this? It says, home inspector who committed an unspeakable act with Tickle Me Elmo doll in children's bedroom is busted again. Did they let him out after the first Elmo outing? A perverted Michigan home inspector caught on camera pleasuring himself with Tickle Me Elmo has been busted for violating his probation. He was on probation? He was found guilty of aggravated indecent exposure and sentenced to 19 days behind bars in October 2022, following the unspeakable act. But he was convicted yet again in January 2024 for violating his probation. This should have been a very serious charge that they wouldn't just let him out on. And they make a good point. What if he had an STD and our son played with that? What if we just didn't know? We have a toddler and a newborn baby too. There's nothing worse than when someone comes into your home and you trust them to do a job and they do something like that in your child's bedroom. Yeah, for sure. If they didn't catch him, that Elmo doll just gets used. Like, the guy's a fucking predator. Like, why is he let out? Yeah, so he got 19 days and an 18-month probation.
Oh, Lord.
So the jury found him guilty on...
He only got 19 days and an 18-month probation, and then he got
there was a lack of DNA
caught
evidence
violating probation later on.
So because there was no bust, they had to adjust the charges.
Oh, Lord.
So he didn't get hit with the destruction of property, just the indecent exposure. And then he actually violated his probation last year, but I can't find any info on how he violated the probation. Maybe he found access to another doll's orifice somewhere in the world and got caught in the act again. I couldn't tell you. But he got let off pretty easy for the Elmo thing. I don't think it was taken super seriously, even though I think it's a pretty big deal. Because who's to say he hasn't done this before in other homes that he's inspected? He went to a child's room, a room that is actively being used by a child, and put his genitals all over one of their toys. And if that wasn't captured on camera, it would have never come to light, and that child would have used that toy, played with it, and who knows what could have happened. Like, it is absolutely revolting stuff. So I think he got let off really easy, and hopefully, now that he's violated that probation again, he won't get off easy again. So I just wanted to talk about this story a bit because it's a fucking wild one. That's really about it. See ya.
We don't often see things as they are, so much as we are.
I really don't understand.
Love isn't just for lovers, Stardust. It's for friends, family, your bestest kavat. Love is an act of forgiveness, a tender look, a silent understanding. Today is about all of us, and knowing that
One reason why I like staying at home all the time. There's too many monkeys in the world. I'd rather avoid us.
You raise yourself. You'll have questions, and nobody will be there to answer them.
I mean,
you to know, I'm here.
We're not all terrible. Like, the people that got my order wrong at the food place today were all lovely. It was amazing how fast they got my food wrong. They got it to me very quick. Just missing one of the things that I ordered. I didn't know until I got home. I'm not like terribly upset about it. They got it to me very quick. I'm kind of okay with it being gotten to me that quick. Kind of want these.
For looks or physique. I long for those who sang songs only I could hear. Falling into the eyes of someone.
Oh, I've already got that one.
A girl feels like.
Of course I do.
Away with something. Spotted Biz and Little Duck boarding her rail tractor, bound for parts unknown. I guess they celebrate today in their own way.
I like the art style in this.
They'll work it out. Two Ostrons are freed during the daring operation. Marry. Have a child. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that the young Tenno Helnung is doing see a little something something to make a house a home. And this is for you. Isn't that a pretty little thing? Here you go. Done deal, darling. Something you want to talk about? You're one of the good ones, Stardust, and no mistake. Check back in a little bit. New merchandise all the time.
Today we're testing cheap versus expensive knives. Do you actually have to spend several $100s on a knife? If you buy the cheap knife, is that gonna get dull quickly? Is that actually going to make your food taste better or worse? Or are these just arbitrary myths peddled from chef to chef just waiting to be busted? To find out, I've assembled a team of highly trained, serious culinary professionals. Are they stabbing each other? To put them to the test. Because this is Myth Munchers! Oh God, she's dead! Myth Munchers.
Yes.
Today we're doing things a little bit differently. Wow. We are testing 3 different knives at 3 different price points. We have a $5 knife, a $50 knife, and a $500 knife. True top of the line stuff to see if it actually matters. If people at home should buy an expensive knife, or if they should go with something mid-price, or just, hey, go to the store, grab the cheapest thing off the rack, see what happens. So we've designed a battery of tests. That's right, a battery of tests to see how they perform. We will be slicing steak really thin, making pico de gallo, slicing up potatoes for french fries, and then finally cutting chives to see how the sharpness holds up.
Woo!
Think we're gonna find out anything interesting?
I think it's gonna be pretty interesting.
If it's not, we're not gonna air this.
We
You're
waste
never gonna
money.
see it. Yeah, we'll just watch it at home by ourselves. But before we get to that, I want to pitch you on an idea. This is the spife, or the spifet if you're in French.
This branch.
I got it. I have a tattoo of a spork on my arm. Noted spork proponent. This is my new idea of spife. You can scoop while you slice things. If you hurt yourself, that's simply a skill issue. No, this is not just a grapefruit spoon that's misshaped. This is a spife. If we get 5,000 pre-orders, I'll get a tattoo of the spife next to the spork.
Do you bleed when you hold the knife?
Yeah,
Or when
probably.
you want to spoon stuff? You just grip it and you're just bleeding everywhere?
Yeah,
no
that's
one
part
makes
of
me
it.
bleed my own blood. You ready to get to testing?
Yeah.
It's a reference to Dodgeball. They don't make comedies like that anymore.
No.
As you can see, we have 3 steaks and 3 different knives in front of us, but before we get to that, I am very, very excited to announce Mythical Kitchen's first ever live stream survived. The Mythical Kitchen, all the Kitcheneers will have to cook, lie, cheat, steal, and backstab through their toughest competition ever. And there is a grand prize that you are really going to want to win, and you are really going to want to tune into that, so check it out live on April 3rd. Go to mythicalkitchenlive.com. Get your tickets now. They are on sale. Are you excited?
I'm so excited. I'm
Excited
gonna
to-
take you down.
No real backstabbing, only metaphorical backstabbing.
Relax. I'm gonna stab you in the back with one of these knives.
You better not, because I'm gonna get that knife and also stab you in the back.
I feel unsafe. Let's meet our knives.
This is our $5 knife, the Hampton Forge Epicure Chef knife. It's 8 inches long, has a really cushiony handle, and it's a stainless steel blade.
This is our $50 knife, the Mercer Culinary Renaissance Chef's Knife. It's 8 inches long and made from high-carbon German cutlery steel, which resists rust, corrosion, and discoloration. It's triple riveted with an ergonomically designed Delrin thermoplastic handle, and its full tang runs the entire length of the handle for superior balance.
This is our $500 knife, the Zwilling 1731 Twin 8-inch chef's knife. The knife is full tang with a Ziri Cote wood handle and a Nitro 60 steel blade. So we decided to get all German knives because although Japanese are like the pristine, best of the best, they tend to be single purpose. You have a different knife to chop heads off of fish. You have different knives for vegetables and all the different things. German knives tend to be more multi-purpose, a little friendlier for the home chef. So that's why we're using German.
We're gonna try and slice the steak as thin as possible. I do this when I'm generally making Philly cheesesteaks, but for me, this is like my litmus test for how a knife performs. If it can slice razor thin ribbons of steak, I think that makes a good knife. And then also we get to eat Philly cheesesteaks at the end of this, and I'm pretty stoked on that.
Me too.
Your favorite.
Ready to get to it?
Yeah.
All right, let's try it. So you got the cheapest knife. I have the middle knife. You got.
So pretty.
You're probably paying a little bit for this little red velvet.
Yeah, this even feels nice.
Yeah.
For a cheap
Yeah,
knife.
how's the
It's
weight on your
very
knife?
light, very easy to maneuver, and I like that already.
Yeah, German knives tend to be like more weighted towards the blade, and so if you put your finger at the hilt, it kind of tilts forward, but that's like really good for hacking through heavy pieces of meat. All right, get to slicing.
I'm a hacker. I'm a hacker. I'm a hacker.
Try and get.
Oh my gosh, you're going so fast.
How do you?
Me?
Yeah, you make a lot of Philly cheese.
Are you just going?
Dude, I make
Making
so
sure I
many
gotta
Philly
don't
cheesesteaks
chop off
at
I'm just
home.
getting through fat
fingers.
right now.
I'm getting like really thin slices on this. It feels nice.
Ooh, this is nice. This is all fat.
Oh yeah.
This diaphanous sheet of beef, man. It's pretty hard to get thinner than that. And to me, like the secret between a good Philly cheesesteak and a great Philly cheesesteak is how thin that ribeye is cut. In restaurants, they'll run it through a machine, but like at home,
Yeah.
you generally don't have a meat slicer, so you need to become the meat slicer.
So yeah, that's why we're rotating, because we all have different knife cuts and we want to make sure that our test is completely even.
Okay.
So we're gonna cut a third of the steak and then we're gonna each touch each knife to make sure it's perfect.
Hello, my little meat accordion.
Okay, you're just having a good time.
I'm like, he's gonna cut the whole steak. Wait, go that way.
Musical chairs.
I don't know how to play.
Yeah, this is like a very foreign knife to me because I've been using Japanese blades at home for quite a while. I have it's called a Mac, and it actually is a Santoku blade, so it has the dimples in it. And I spent like $140 on it. It's been like the best addition to my kitchen, though. It's so fantastic.
Probably the most I ever spent on a knife was $150.
What are your initial thoughts? Like, do you think you need to spend, like, say, $200, $300, $400 on a knife? What's the most you would ever spend on a knife?
I spent $300 on my knife when I worked in restaurants, which I think is worth it if you are a chef, and also just like building out your knife roll for specific purposes, which I think Japanese knives come in handy then. But for like a home cook, I don't know, maybe like in the like 150 range.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
assuming
the most you would want to spend on your home knife.
This knife for me, even though it cost $50, it cost me $40,000 because of culinary school. This knife is super light, which I don't love because I like the weightedness of like a Western knife to kind of help you cut through. You can also see there's something called full tang where the steel goes all the way through to the end of the handle, and you can tell already that this is like two different pieces.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah, I can see this kind of dulling out pretty fast.
I feel good about my beef mound. You guys ready to swap?
Yeah.
Give me that cheap boy.
It's like we're getting ready for Korean barbecues.
My favorite.
This is so light. You know what I
Whoa.
kind of love though?
This feels
rubber handle. A lot of rubber and
Really?
plastic handles in restaurant knives. Yeah, non-slip grip. Love it.
The weight of this one actually really surprised me. It's like almost uncomfortable a little bit.
What? How like heavy it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can really feel the dullness of this blade like grab at the steak in a way that the Mercer knife, that $50 knife, doesn't. But the difference between the 50 and the 500, I think that might be the thing that we ultimately find here.
Yep.
Is that there's a huge difference between the super cheap and the medium. But then when you get to like medium to super expensive, I don't know, to me it's kind of like sushi, you know? You get like the cheapest sushi. It's probably like Walmart sushi's
I'm
not
not eating
great. God
Walmart
bless
sushi,
Walmart for
but
trying.
people
Well, I
eat it.
did. But then if you go to like a pretty good sushi spot and spend like $60, it's great. And then if you go to like a $300 spot, it's still great, but you're like,
yeah.
damn, I could do a lot with 240
Yeah,
bucks.
exactly.
Yeah, it still works.
And it's all about how you like take care of the knife as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
I go to like my in-laws' house and they have that knife set that's just so dull and it's never been sharpened, and they're all just like butter knives, and yeah, it's not great.
In-laws
It's very-
have the dullest knives.
Why?
I don't know why it happens. Yeah, another interesting thing, you're talking about the full tang, you can feel this blade kind of flex, which is bad, and you can actually feel it like work against the handle.
It's kind of
'Cause they're not
sketchy, the
connected.
handle. I mean, it feels very sketchy.
break
This
off.
is
I feel like I'm gonna
super
drop
glue.
it at any moment.
I feel pretty satisfied with our beef piles here. Let's switch back. Let's examine.
Okay.
Let's see where we're at here. I will say, I loved my experience. It felt like with the Harry Potter wands that like they call out to you or whatever. They choose you. This feels good.
I feel it. I like that one. Like I wish that this one was choosing me because it's like expensive and like,
Yeah.
you know.
That's really who I think I am, but I'm really
My
over
heart
here.
is this one right now.
Every time I don't like something expensive, I feel like such a little garbage boy, you know? You know, and like someone pours you a glass of whiskey and it's like, that's a $200 bottle, and you're like, got any Jaeger? All of them
looks the
cut
best.
good enough, but we got a lot more tests in store. Ready to get to it?
Yeah.
For test number 2, Pico de Gallo, or Beak of the Rooster, as it literally translates. Fun little effect there. Did you know
I
that?
did not know that. No.
You teach me something every day.
You know, some facts with Josh. But anyways, this I thought would be a good test because you have multiple different vegetables that all sort of require something a little bit different. Jalapenos have some tough skin on the outside that, in my experience, a crappy knife struggles to cut through. Tomatoes are notoriously kind of tough to cut through if you don't have a good knife. And then onions, I mean, this is probably the thing you're chopping most of in your kitchen at any given point, right? It's the base of so many different cultures. And then cilantro, it can easily bruise. If you don't have a sharp knife, then you just sort of end up with like these little pock marks cutting your cilantro. It's all stuck together, big mouthfuls of it. What we're gonna do, we're all gonna take a vegetable. I'm gonna do jalapenos and onions right here because they're probably the most similar to cut. Well, you got cilantro, you got tomatoes. Ready?
Yeah.
Break.
Right. You should do the tomato thing where you slice off the top, the Cutco knife
Oh,
commercial.
yes.
Should we all try it? Just like the end.
This is what they do in Cutco knife demonstrations. Yeah, I don't
Wait,
think
what's happening?
They.
I don't think that's a thing. That's not a thing.
All right, Cutco's the best knife. We should have just got Cutco knives.
Shit up.
But you
They
need
do
somebody
the-
to knock on your door and
They
tell you
their
that.
scissors, they cut a penny in half,
Yes,
dude.
the
Cutco,
penny.
man. If anybody sold Cutco knives in like high school, college, whatever, anytime in your life, comment down below. A chef I worked for sold Cutco knives, and he was like, People rip on them all the time. Cutco knives are good.
And they have like lifetime sharpening, don't they?
We can't support a pyramid scheme here.
This is surprisingly very smooth on the tomatoes. Either we picked a good tomato or this knife's doing its job.
Yeah, so my cilantro is nice and like feathery. It's not making it green on the board. It's all dry, so.
I'm so used to cooking with Japanese knives that this like big German knife, even falling through an onion, feels so much different than what I'm used to at home. There are so many different knives in the kitchen that are used for different tasks. Bread knife, paring knife, boning knife, just like vegetable knives, stuff like that. For my money, cleavers, I use a chef's knife, and I have an 8-inch chef's knife. These are all 8 inches, which some people say is just bragging. I think it's somewhat modest. I use this for like 95% of things, you know?
I feel like if you're going to like get a new knife, rather than getting a knife set that has like the steak knives in it and like some just random knives that you're never gonna use,
Don't do it.
Just spend a little more to get a really nice chef's knife.
I understand why people buy that because it seems like such a good value. Because you're on Amazon, it'll be like $65 for 12 knives. You're like, that's $5 a knife. Yep. You need three knives. You need 3 knives at like most. Do it if it makes you happy, but like straight up, that's an in-law move, dude.
Yeah,
that's an in-law move to buy the. You go to Costco, you get the Wusthof knife set.
Yep.
The official knife set of in-laws.
I have that at home because Alex's parents, my in-laws, cut it for him.
This already fell. This already fell. Oh.
Dang, Josh,
oh my
this knife
butter.
is special. Yeah, this one's it's bruising the cilantro. So with this cilantro, you can see that it's like kind of a dark green. It almost looks like grass clippings. It's because the knife is, rather than cutting through, it's actually just like bruising the leaves, and that's not great. And you can see like the green stains right here. So it's already dulling out, unfortunately.
Oh, Josh's knife is my favorite. It's so smooth. It doesn't get stuck to the tomato like it likes to do to me sometimes.
It's interesting feeling the $500 knife with the vegetables, because I think the fact that it does have such a like big face, almost like a vegetable cleaver, it does just feel really, really good falling through that onion. All right, give me the cheap knife. Give me what I deserve.
What do you mean? I deserve this bougie knife.
I'm a garbage person.
This Beverly Hills ass knife.
From garbage I was born, to garbage I shall return.
I identify as a mercer, just perfectly normal. Perfectly
sure?
fine.
Are any of us normal?
No.
You guys been using the knife to scoop up the produce, or are you using the pastry cards?
I'm using the pastry cards.
I use
But,
both.
At home, what do you do?
I use a pastry card.
Every time. Everything you got at home. You're not scraping your knife at the bar.
Yes,
well, you're a better person than I am.
Yes, I am. And I have my trash bowl and I keep it neat.
Oh, I love taking my knife and just going.
That's why all of our knives are dull in the mythical kitchen.
No, I
Josh
don't.
is just scraping.
I
You're
don't
not supposed
cook
to be scraping
anymore.
board.
You can feel the flimsiness of this cheap knife, even just while cutting an onion.
Yeah.
While you're trying to rock it against
They,
the board.
they
you
make
just feel
some
it.
of these characters way too strong and puff with exalt too.
Mine's like Botox. It stays
The monk
I'm putting lime
is
in it
way
to make
too
it tasty.
powerful.
It's not part of the
Can
test.
constantly blink,
But I'm gonna mix
wipes
it.
people out
We're
in a
not sure if we
heartbeat.
should spend $500 on a knife, but you should definitely
Don't
spend
even have to
$9
try.
on a citrus reamer. On one of these like handheld.
That's
juicers.
what you want.
Dude, I use mine like every day.
Piece that they
Gets all
need,
the
but
juice out.
they become a soloist,
Right,
and then
as
they
you-
end up
as much
being
as
in a
you work out,
party,
you
and then
can
they end
never
up
get
killing the map
all
for
the juice
everybody
out
else.
like
It's
this
not
does.
fun.
No, I'm not that bad.
Not this app. We should.
They think they're really cool.
All
when
right,
it's-
and the next
workout?
adventures.
I've been having.
I reckon it mostly it's immature people running for them.
Switch back. We both spun the same way.
That was that cool?
I think it was super cool. What did y'all feel in the knives?
I felt like the Hampton Forge one sucked.
Well, I didn't think it was that bad. It worked for me being the first one that I used, but by the time I got to the bougie one, what's it called again? Bougie? Botox?
Zwilling.
Beverly Hills?
Zwilling twin.
Yeah, the twin.
1731.
It was just a great transition. Like, I'm glad I ended up with that one, and it worked out the most for my tomatoes, specifically.
Yeah, this is the first time that I actually felt the big difference with the really expensive knife. The cheap knife, I mean, for me, it still performed better than your in-laws' knives. That's our official scale here. But again, like, this becomes an in-law knife 6 months from now, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna see that at the end. But I mean, for a task like this, honestly, it's $5. Like, if you, I would buy that knife to go to an Airbnb if I'm like
That's
cooking
what
for friends.
I was just thinking
That's an Airbnb.
Yeah,
knife,
yeah.
Yeah, but
Quick vacation.
they go into an Airbnb, and then that's like worse than the in-law knife. It's so scary.
We need the official continuum of our knives. It's like sushi chef, In-law Airbnb night. I mean, ultimately they all perform. This is good-looking Pico. I didn't any of it. What I like to do though is I like to mash it with my hands.
Don't do that. Please
like-
don't do
I
that.
call it the
We're gonna
human-
eat that,
the
and
human
the
mol-
oils from your hands are gonna get in the food.
It's the human molcajete. Test number 3. French fries, which Lily, you'll love this fun fact, aren't actually French. They're Belgian.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No, that was fun.
Sometimes the starch and water content of a potato, I think, is actually really unique to cut. It tends to stick to the face of the knife. So we're gonna see how these actually perform. Like with a flexible knife, is it going to stick even more? Is the dullness of the cut not gonna get you perfect rectangles? Find out on Myth Munchers. Cut to the clip. All right, make some French fries. Do it.
Cut off the little end piece. Should we see like?
Is this a test?
It is a
Why is she
test.
shaking her
It is a
knife?
test. Do you guys have a preference of what kind of cutting board you like to use? I'm a big wood fan myself.
I like to use wood with everything except my meats because I am sanitary.
I used to have very strong preferences on wood cutting boards, but when Julia and I merged homes, she had this just giant plastic, but a good quality hard plastic one that has rubber feet on it. And I just find that so convenient. It's so easy to clean. A lot of restaurants use plastic cutting boards that are color coded for safety reasons. The main thing that I want though is non-slit feet. Like, because to me, the best cutting board is just a stable cutting board.
Yeah.
Right? And then a trick, we have it under here, right?
Yeah.
Paper towels, paper towel trick. Wet a paper towel, get it, wring it out, put it underneath your cutting board. Never slips. It's incredible.
Also, glass cutting boards. Why are those are in the
In-laws.
Wait,
The in-laws have the glass.
Airbnbs have. Why does every Airbnb have a glass cutting board?
I've never seen
It's
a glass
very
cutting board
confusing.
at an in-laws house or Airbnb.
The feeling of a
Where
knife
do you
hitting a-
guys travel to?
Oh my god.
All the in-laws own the Airbnbs.
That's true. There's no
They
real
hold
estate.
all the generational wealth.
Yes,
They get
there's-
investment properties and they invest in glass freaking cutting boards.
No, I see wood. I see marble.
for the millennials to
I see
buy.
plastic.
Power to
It's
the
just gonna
people.
be in debt. Oh no. Oh, this is really hard to go from the most expensive to the least expensive.
This is really surprising for me, Josh. Your knife just disappointed me.
What? So, well, I mean, it can naturally stick to that. That's why if you're using a Santoku blade or anything with the dimples in it, that's actually going to prevent vegetables from sticking to it.
That's what's important to clean your knife in between as well, especially for starchy vegetables like this.
Oh, I just snagged
Now,
the
do you
divine.
recommend tongue cleaning your knife in
You
between
just
rounds
what?
of prep? That's what I do. at
Snagged the
home.
divine.
Oh,
That's worth about 600
this is more
exalts.
of a, I almost said a
Ah.
He's in trouble.
I just joined the party and it popped up, and then the person didn't pick it up fast enough because it was on short allocation.
No, I might. You
So
never
I got
know.
there before he did, and I
I used to
snagged
work
it
at, like, a hip-hop
just
radio
because he wasn't there
did.
Not a
close
hip-hop
enough.
radio
And I went,
station.
"Ah!"
Hip-hop radio
Shout out to
station.
Big Boy in the Morning. There were
Wow.
like 2 radio stations
happy
now.
with
There
that.
was rock and there was hip hop, and then there was classic rock and classic hip hop.
Yeah, and Kiss FM.
Kiss F- and then Kiss FM
And then
for
Kiss
pop.
FM.
But yeah, you had K Rock 106.7, Power 105.9, and then
I'm
you
gonna take that
had
as a win.
98.7 was like worst K Rock.
94.7 the wave. 92.3 is now hip hop.
I've got 8 divines
95.5
now.
was like classic rock, but then there was
93.5.
was the classic hip hop station.
Yeah.
So the way the blade tapers there on the ridge is actually preventing the potato from sticking to it because it's creating an air pocket when it rides up on the blade.
Yeah.
I also didn't get a lot of stickage from the expensive one.
No.
I got
one had
more.
none.
I got less for sure than the Mercer. Which one felt better to cut the potato with?
I think this one for me, but
Yeah.
then this one second and this one last. Parkour.
Gotta let him hate me. I'm leaving the party.
Oh, don't interrupt,
Yeah.
dude.
You
That's
got
one of the
that.
most disgusting sensations in food.
That was a me.
Should I do it too?
Do
I'm
you
here,
actually
you
love
got it.
potato, or are you just saying that to be weird?
No, I actually ate them when I was younger. Annalise knows.
Why does Annalise know?
She knows everything about me.
I guess so.
Who got that?
This is our final test, and this
That's
is a
so
very
funny.
specific final test. We are cutting chives.
I had somebody
now,
do
if
that
you're
to
a
me.
home cook, you don't need perfectly cut chives.
Yes, you
Should
do.
have made it permanent
Thank you,
allocation.
Chef Ramsay over here. This is like very much a fine dining thing. I've cut chives in fine dining restaurants. It's maybe the hardest thing I've ever freaking done in my life. The idea is that they are razor thin
I'll
and
be right
there's a
back.
perfect cut through every time.
Okie dokie.
Even at home, this is a great test for your knife. And also, dude, chives, they make kind of everything look better.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
And I really like the taste of chives too, man. A great technique for cutting chives or rolling them up in a little bundle right here in a wet paper towel.
Just want to roll them super tight. Let's get to it. I remember
You're in my space right now.
someone. I know. I'm just large. I remember someone telling me to perfectly line up the blade with your forearm and look right down that blade.
Look right down the blade.
Getting a little drag on the expensive knife.
Oh, I drag. You're not supposed to do that.
I'm concentrating so hard. Should I look at the camera?
Look at the camera.
I look at the camera.
To squat a little bit.
I'm getting pretty clean cuts on everything here.
Yeah, surprisingly me too. And it's $5.
video?
Yeah, it's doing its job, guys.
There are a bunch of other tests that we could have done here. We thought about breaking down whole chickens, but then we're like, oh yeah, butchers exist to do that for you. We could have done that. We could have, scaled and broken down fish, but they sell fish fillets, so we wanted to do things that we would actually advocate a home cook to do. Although I found more fishmongers to be hostile.
Why?
You guys ever have? Am I the only one that gets hostile fishmongers?
What do you mean?
What do you? I don't even know
Anyone
what that
whose
means.
job
What are
ends
these
up.
words?
What? Yeah, I went to my fish guy and.
The chives.
Oh shh.
My fishmonger. My fish, not the good fishmonger. Not the good fishmonger.
He
I was at
cut
the-
all of them.
I was at a fishmonger at like a big grocery store, and I was like, "Hey, can you pin bone these fish?" And they were like, "Fish has bones." I was like, "I know. I think it'd be really cool if you could take them out." There's actually a sign behind you that says, "Our fishmongers will gladly debone a fish." And they're like, "I can't guarantee that they're all out there." And I was like, "Well, I just want you to try your best." And they were just like, "There's always gonna be bones." I was like, "I don't know that that's true. How did you get this job? Did you want to work the pizza station? They just kind of put you here." And anyways,
Anyway, cut the chives.
there were a lot of bones in my throat that day.
I've never had that experience. I don't like my knife.
I love this knife. Damn it, Josh. I see why you got so locked in.
So V is going progressively to the more expensive knife. I'm going straight from expensive to cheap.
Yeah.
And Josh is going up to expensive and then cheap. So I think that is like a different experience as well, because like you can see I'm dragging these chives here.
Drag them, sis.
As you can see, my chives are damn near gone. Dang, this bougie one is growing on me. I'm meant to be in Beverly Hills, guys. Or what's the new rich city? Dubai.
Why do I like this one the most? But
Yeah,
I hate it
can
at the
feel-
least.
I can feel this knife bruising. Like you can literally see you're getting perfect circles on those right there, whereas this is literally like breaking some of the chives
Yeah.
into strands because
like,
you're bruising it
it's
so
not
hard, and you're
holding
ending up
these.
with that, which is also a skill issue, but that's fine.
I think these are my favorite chives that I've done though, compared to my other chives.
My best chive was the boo-boo, the boo-boo knife.
Maybe you just have cheap taste.
I do. Wait, what is it? Beer budget champagne party? What's that?
Champagne tastes on a beer budget.
Yeah,
so
that
I'm doing
one.
the Korean grandma cut here. I kind of like this.
We're not testing scissors today.
What? Yeah, but
Happy
do
to
Korean
be out
grandma
for
cutting scallions and chives?
Nothing like it.
What was that? Oh, you haven't been in VR for a while?
Read my chives. Read my chives. Read my chives. Read my chives. Read my chives, chef.
Bad.
I think it's an interesting place to like observe people. But that's mainly what I do. I just observe people.
What did y'all learn?
Because there's like chaos and
Did you feel that
weirdness.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely felt that.
And you get to like
We didn't really talk about knife
Go ahead.
maintenance. Now a lot of
Playing
restaurants
around the
use
trans
a
with their
whetstone,
ideology
which
just
to me
does my
I've
head
used
in.
in the past, but it kind of.
I mean, you don't have to be around, trans people. There's all sorts of like
everywhere on it.
cliques and groups
The thing I
and
do use, hold on.
stuff.
They're not a sponsor at all, and honestly,
But I don't care who I'm around. You know, people are people. Everybody's weird and
I freaking love this thing. You like
have their
set it down with
tendencies
screw glue,
and can be terrible.
Okay, it's not great.
Or
But
not.
anyways, yeah, you literally just hold the knife at an angle and you run this.
Depends on
across
if they're
it, and
an
it's so freaking easy
open
to sharpen.
person or
With
not.
That said, you get a low quality blade that's going to deteriorate so much over time that when you do sharpen it, you're eventually going to get to the point where that burr is just so thin that it just doesn't hold its sharpness for a long enough period of time. So I feel like these two knives, as long as this one is well maintained, I think it's going to perform like 80-85% as good as that one, whereas that one costs 300% more.
Yeah. I'm on the same page as you.
500%. How does percent work?
800% of
Out of 100.
is correct.
6,000.
Y'all ready to eat what we've been working on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Come to some conclusions? Invest in the splife?
No, it's dangerous.
No.
We have all the fruits of our labor in front of us, but first I want to address the Hurl tumbler sharpener. I said it was $300. The one I bought, the Pro model, is $300. They also sell a $90 one and a $150 one. I didn't know that, but it's an investment. If you go to the dentist and pay $300 to sharpen your teeth, you should
Who sharpens their teeth?
What else are they doing at the dentist? Should we eat our food?
Yeah.
In the pico, do you see like the bruising, the cilantro? I don't think it's gonna make it taste any different, right?
No, but I will say, as somebody who went to culinary school, I do think knife cuts are very important, and it's something that you should improve on, no matter if you're a professional chef or a home chef.
What did y'all learn from chopping with these knives today? Anything surprise you?
I was surprised by the small variance between the expensive knife and the middle knife. I thought this one was actually going to perform a lot better, and the variance was a lot smaller than I thought. So that was interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised by actually how much this cheap knife worked for certain things, like the Pico de Gallo. It worked well for me, and I liked it, and it's just affordable.
I'd be really curious to see how well this knife maintains over time. But yeah, that did perform like not terribly compared to the rest of them. I don't think I could ever advocate for a home cook to buy a $500 knife, right? Could you?
I agree with that.
No, don't do it.
This $50 knife right here, it's gonna last for a long ass time. We're talking years, if not a decade plus, if you maintain it properly, get the tools to maintain it, keep it sharp, get your knife cuts good, and pretty good base, just keep cooking, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so on a count of 3, everybody pick which one you recommend, okay? 1. Nobody's talking to you, Siri.
Butt out! We don't
Alexa.
care about your opinion.
Okay.
Did you just misname Alexa? Did you just call Alexa Siri?
Yeah,
Dude, that's
she
like
pisses me off every day, so I misname her.
yeah, but that's like calling your current girlfriend your ex's name. That's messed up,
nowhere near
dude.
the
That
same.
is
She
exactly
not my
the same.
girlfriend. She is my side chick. 1, 2, 3.
That one!
Pretty clear winner here, right? Yeah, Mercer, this is a perfect, not even a beginner knife. This is like a perfect like beginner, intermediate, and pretty damn close to expert knife. It's gonna get you a lot of places, and I think there's some similar knives out there at this price point. That's pretty solid. This held up through every battery of tests that we had. Razor thin chives, nicely cut potatoes, this thin old steak, go birds.
I just like cheese sticks.
And that's the real lesson we're taking away from this episode, is that the cheesesteak is truly the greatest Philadelphia sandwich. The roast pork is great, but beef, onions, cheese, that's the real Myth Muncher spirit. Also, I recognize that we did switch up Myth Munchers a little bit today. We really just wanted to earnestly explore a question that I think a lot of people generally have, which is, how much should I spend on a knife? And I know we didn't run through everything that we possibly could have today. But yeah, let us know if you enjoyed it in the comments, because I had a hell of a time doing this.
I had a good time with you guys.
I learned so much.
Well, I'm gonna eat this wet beef sandwich. I'll see y'all next time. Zoom in close, we'll eat the wet beef. Yeah. Get your tickets now for Mythical Kitchen's first ever live show, Survive the Mythical Kitchen. Available now at mythicalkitchenlive.com.
Marrow and Sedna, huh? I know who that is.
That's what I need. I need cast on critical.
Pistol what?
Cast on critical. It's a ability for my reach.
Yeah. But do I have to hit the weak points?
It's broken. Broken build. What am I doing wrong?
New alert marked on navigation, Tenno.
I mean, if you shoot a weak point. So if you want to make a weak point build,
I'll be back later. See you guys.
you have a good one.
Latum, and whenever you compare the
I don't really believe.
and it gives
Oh, it was the new thing. It was the new mod. One I got just the other day on a weak point hit for this specific gun. Because that will stack with that. Okay, I don't mind that. Oh yeah, I can make one of those right now. Actions. Action. I don't have that. I need to get it though.
don't pay attention to me, I'm gonna go and snog the helmet. I am most exquisitely bored.
Yeah, it'd be great if I could spell. Oh well. I can't, so I did a boo-boo. It's fine. Somebody got a thing that they needed. Okay, so that fixes the speed and damage. Where's with electric 2? On roll. You don't mind rolling. That ain't bad, but Wait, do I have my regular dog on? Yes, with wrong weapon. Not the regular dog, it's the old dog. He's fine too. There you go. Okay.
Almost a year ago now, I covered a TikTok alpha male who has one-on-one courses for up to like $3,000 or something like that, but he also has video seminars for the low price of $200, given the keys to the Bugatti basically for free. And he teaches you how to be a chick magnet, how to walk
Bunch of
down the
bullshit.
street and just get pelted by sodden panties from women finding you irresistible using his seduction techniques. And I was making fun of him for some very silly shorts that he was posting, and he didn't like it very much, and swore that if I'd give him a chance, he'd blow my mind because he has a harem of women. He touts that he's had like 100,000 Tinder matches in 2 years, which is a stat that, I mean, not even Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point NBA game can come close to. Dude allegedly gets more ass than a toilet seat while looking like he spends most of his days just moderating subreddits. He also claims to have 7 active girlfriends on his roster, so he basically lives the anime harem lifestyle, all according to him. And then one video he posted on TikTok where he has girls like dancing with him and he's like doing this, hitting like Fortnite emotes while they're hanging out, and then he kisses one of them. That's his like, you know, dunk on the haters video. So I got my friends together and said, boys, let's elevate our pussy game. So we purchased his course just to see, you know, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he really does have it all figured out. He's living life on recruit difficulty. He's got the cheat codes activated and he cannot stop slamming ham. We're about to find out. Do these guru courses actually offer anything helpful?
No.
Do we rip the Alpha Dom class?
Alpha Dom sounds an actual. Oh, there's a book your coaching intro call today.
Yeah, but he has video courses.
It's only $200
with over 100K Tinder matches.
In just 2 years.
That's not. That's not good.
Well, it's also not
He's
true.
got over 1,000 women in his dating lifestyle, and multiple women currently with him.
Like while he's writing.
Yeah, they're sitting there watching.
Okay.
Exact one. I think emotional connection is an important thing, but your fact, being dominant, having cocky funny, understand the balance between humor and arrogance.
Cocky funny. Cocky one.
Being coy. Constantly bringing a girl up to feeling, hey, what do you do for work? My go-to is I'm an ass model. I have a beautiful ass. Will I work out as a astronomical physicist? Just stop.
An astronomical physicist.
This
dude's huge. This guy's awesome. He's so good. Okay. Did you accept the registration?
Why did we even buy it? I just learned everything.
Well, so I'm so curious what his course is. So he swears that the people that pay him $200 are getting laid out the wazoo.
All right.
He swears it.
And then no caps. Password 1.
We're gonna let everybody.
Well, no, we're giving them access.
Shit,
There's gonna be no women left.
Oh no, my wife.
All women are bad.
Conflation. Physical.
Well, you're jumping the gun, Matt.
I just want to know what a first class woman is. Sorry.
Oh, wait, intro.
Intro. We have to see the intro.
Brain. What she was doing was putting her shoe back onto her foot. Okay? That is a very big sign because now she's not soothed at all. She's a little uncomfortable and she's getting ready. She's preparing for if she has to flee. Okay?
He's talking about signs that a woman's about to flee. So
Well, he would know.
We haven't gotten there yet, but I'm excited for that chapter.
Couple videos in my car. I'm hoping that by the end of this video course that I won't be doing it in the car. But hey, you're used to me.
Spoiler alert, he looked ahead and he never gets out of his car.
It is what it is. I might switch these out eventually. Might make much better versions. You're always going to have access to it, especially if you are. I kind of want you to visualize this giant stone bowl. Okay, maybe it's like the size of the Grand Canyon. That's all your relationship. That's all your jack.
What are these people talking about?
Porn habits, all this stuff. All the beliefs you've heard about
Put them in the bowl.
Every single ex that you've
Do
had.
it.
It's all in this huge pool. And the pool is just rancid, right? And the society really makes sure that most guys pool. In order to get to the place where I'm at currently, you need
Your car?
a little trickle to come out of that bowl, okay? And then it needs to cut through.
Not able to make videos outside of your car?
Make a river, and then it'll make
This is so
stupid. Okay? And once you're at that canyon,
All right, I'm ready to stop with it. Let's move on to
About his set here. Where do you think the car is, first of all? And second, why is his seatbelt on? He's not going anywhere.
Safety, Danny.
Come on, Danny. I can't believe you would question an alpha male like him.
It's because I haven't established my bowl yet.
But
my jizz bowl is still full of nastiness.
My cup runneth over. I need him to come trickle in the stream and fresh water.
A trickle and then a stream and then a river.
Yeah.
Rip it out. The belief that
It's so sad that so many people are like duped by so many other people every day.
Well, maybe a little bit less than, because I go pretty hardcore into this, but that get as many women as they want. Other things. When you have this viewpoint that all women are bad, you are going to, what's the best way for me to put it? The other reason why this is bad is because
You moron?
believe that in your mind. You believe
What happened?
The car's starting to light on fire.
She's going to feel that, right?
Oh, sorry.
There we are.
It was like a magic trick. A puff of smoke just happened.
And this is one of the big things I'm scared about with my program is I'm going to teach so much psychology and so much power that some guy may possibly abuse it, and I'm worried about that. That's how powerful psychology and body language and facial expression and everything is, okay?
Cocky funny, how to use it. He's really got to stop acting like that's real grammar.
Well, that's what he calls it. He calls it.
He uses cocky funny.
Yeah, he's a cocky funny jutsu master. Yeah, we can
learn about hoflation.
Yeah, hoflation's important. We can learn about that.
This is like going to school.
Yeah, but for pussy.
To attract women and to keep women.
No.
That's just how we are, let's be honest, okay? It's one of the things that I had to work on because I'd get in a relationship, get really good, get really busy, and I would just try, I would switch my viewpoint on either one of the new girls that I was trying to train in my ranks, or I'd switch it to my business. It's about balance.
One of the new
And
girls I was trying to train in my
whether it's in the
ranks.
gym, whether it's building a business, whether it's building, ranks like the girls that I have because I have multiple, or it's just one girl. You have to put effort. And that's why I always tell people, the issue is with the internet, with computers, with phones, a girl has a shit ton of options. So what happens is she'll meet somebody like your great-grandfather, and then she'll meet a guy like me.
Your
and a guy like me is just
grandmother
going to like
includes,
girls.
not really my great-grandfather.
Okay? And once you're done with learning from me, you'll know what works too. So that's the big discrepancy. It's not that all women are bad, it's just that girls are looking for the best that they can get, and if you don't know how to attract a woman, and you don't know how to create feelings, and I gotta tell you, being able to do what I do outpaces money, outpaces looks.
Guess a D polarity.
Have a guy that teaches her how to make her own money and build something like a business or something like that.
Dash
and the
could
guy
work.
still has,
There's two
connection and
D's
ability
on
to
at
her,
the same
then
price.
she will ever like a guy who just pays her shit. Okay.
Does anyone think?
Almost all my.
Is there anyone out there? Like, I guess I'm not a huge hoflation conversationalist. Is there anyone out there that thinks, hey, to get a woman, I just keep giving her money forever?
The thing is, I think yes.
You think so?
The answer to that is yes.
But
like, this isn't new stuff. It's like,
no.
If you just keep giving her money, she doesn't really love you.
I was gonna
Like,
say this
who's that
feels
news
like
to?
a guy who realized girls like
emotions
and
and
love.
love.
Being attracted to
saying girls is even like just people like emotions, and he's starting to be like, I got a cheat code, guys.
I've got something crazy.
Told my girl she's beautiful.
And she smiled.
She liked that more than me giving her a $20 bill.
I feel like you said it, like he's almost on this fence where you're like, Come on, but like you're almost there.
Well,
You're almost getting it. Like
Also,
girls
I'm gonna say it. This video wasn't about hoflation.
It wasn't
That's
at
a
all.
misnomer.
I
He
think-
like mentioned the word and then he just went off on a money tangent.
Look, we've seen the smoke rising from his pants. This is all in the same sitting. He's just kind of ranting and then cut it into part. We paid I paid $197 for this.
Yeah.
They didn't get to see that. Charlie put it on my credit card, but I don't even know how.
That's hoflation.
That is hoflation. My great grandpa didn't have to worry about that.
Very clearly undergone red pill
I was
coaching.
gonna say, I feel like he took other classes and was
Yes.
like, wait, this isn't working.
That's
Like,
exactly what happened.
and then he like got a girlfriend one time because he was a human being to her.
Yep.
And he's like, hang on, I know
I
know
get
how to
this.
actually do this.
I think he's so close to understand. I'll say what he said, that females, which anytime somebody
I know,
calls
it's-
all
that's
girls
always
females,
rough to hear.
He's almost there to understanding females are human beings.
Yeah, it's
Almost, not quite.
Yeah, he's so close, and I'm proud of him for almost getting there.
Yeah, as far as $197 courses go, could have been worse. Could have been worse.
And we're only
The girl of your dreams is rare. Nope, it's not. The girl of your dreams is not rare, and here's why. There are plenty, and I mean plenty. I mean like literal metric shit tons, and they're tilted off center, off orbit, and they're not quite right, but they're good girls inside. They just need to enter a frame that's correct, and then they immediately fix. And that's most girls. Sorry to let you know. Here's the thing: most girls like being disciplined, being corrected, and like being put in their place. I will tell you that. Just
oh no.
Maybe this will be on NBC one day where they're crying and saying I'm abusive and taking it out of context.
Oh,
But
no.
that is the reality. That's what girls like. And when they enter your frame and they step out of it, or they shit test you, or they get really super disrespectful, and you snap them back into line, whether it's something like, hey, if you do that again, I'm done with you, or I won't put up with that. Or
Dude,
bend them over
let's
your knees
pause
and
real
they
quick.
smack 'em.
I feel like
there's a lot to dissect
Yeah,
here.
I feel like he goes through these episodes. So like when he was in the smoking car with button down homecoming gown, he was more relaxed. Like
He
women
was.
like love.
Yep.
And being treated like people. And here he's like, women like to be put in their place.
This morning he woke up to find out one of his 7 girlfriends left.
Yeah.
And he was like,
well, no, she exited his frame.
Right.
Oh, the
Did
frame.
we miss the part where he described what a frame is?
I was about to say, there's a lot of stuff. He's talking about shit testing and entering frames. That's in the blue lesson. Ready, go.
On the butt. That's usually you want to do that consensual with BSM, but
what?
Sometimes girls like a good smack on the butt to put them in their place. Then you have all the guys that they've been with that have been teaching them
about this slap on the butt.
together. And different versions, right? There's different versions of a guy having shit together. For me, I don't go to the gym, so I'm not saying all guys shouldn't go to the gym, but a guy that understands attraction
Okay,
and goes
hang
to the
on,
gym
you're talking about the
have a shit together.
It's also not really on. Look, his seat is like he like is all the way back.
Yeah,
because
it's like
look,
off
it's like
his
not
body.
actually on
Well-
him, but it's strapped in.
So here's the thing.
So he slid his chair all the way back to do this.
I was gonna say he put it into like business mode. So I feel like you could have just taken the seatbelt off too.
That's what I'm saying. Like why? Why is it?
Also, we're
Flipped
entering
in.
the section where he's saying, so he was like, guys who have their shit together, and he's like, and there's many different ways. Like me, I don't go to the gym.
Yeah. Well, when you're this psychologically powerful, he's Professor X a pussy. Like this guy, he's like in the female mind.
He's worked out his brain.
Yeah.
You know, because he's all about being different, and all
Right.
the other guys go to the gym.
You have your emotional control. Girls kick and poke you and hit your buttons and shit test you, and you're just a silly little brat. Like that, to most of the things that they do, you stand out. You're a rarity. Because most
Hold on, I'm getting a call. Spam risk. Let's see if I can get scammed.
Maybe too.
Hello?
Give it a try, Charlie. I'm sure you can.
Hello?
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 Hey there, this is Chloe. You're doing all right?
Yes. How are you, Chloe?
That's good to hear. Do you currently
This sounds
have
like
Medicare
AI.
Class A and B?
No.
Unfortunately, you don't seem to qualify for the plan.
Wait, I want to.
I do have it.
Oh, what the? I can't even get scammed.
That's inflation.
That's
Chloe. She's not.
That was
That's a
fucked
bad
up.
woman. That is a bad woman.
That's fucked
My
up.
great grandfather would have hated Chloe.
Stay focused.
Does that
It's gonna be how
Wait.
nice guys are bad.
Age.
Oh, this is important.
This is gonna be like optimal. Oh my god.
Oh, is that even him?
Oh, the red
He
face.
flips the camera because he's on the other side. Now.
From my angle, he looks like Paul Giamatti.
He does look a little bit like Paul Giamatti.
This looks like on the old creepypastas. It's like a Papa John jump scare. I really want to see Nice Guy.
All right,
just briefly.
Oh
and
my God, we're in a different outfit.
look how nice he looks.
He does look like a nice guy.
That's a nice guy.
Like he does look like a nice guy.
All right, I'm changing speed.
That maybe it's only the colored hair that gives you the sense that they might be unstable. But if you behave the way I do, you bust their balls, you're cocky, but you also have a mixture of funny in there. You fucking don't give a fuck about them shit testing you. You push it right back and give it right back to them and put them in their place. That is going to be a world different than the guy that's constantly nice and saying sorry, man, or like, oh, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm almost borderline rude when I talk to girls, and girls fucking love it.
I don't believe that. I don't
Guys
believe that.
constantly cater, bend, and simp to them, and there is a giant chunk of their female mind that says this is not how it's supposed to be. You ever hear girls talk with each other where they talk about how a guy, oh, he's nice, so he buys me things, and he takes me out to dinner, he's like a brother to me, he's like a friend. That thing, that the friend zone, but it's even worse because she's off talking to her girlfriends about you instead of talking about how pathetic you are, but she's trying to be nice about it. Girls don't do that about me. Girls, when
they just don't talk about him in general. So much better.
Like, do you ever hear girls talk? Like,
does the average guy know?
are you listening in on people's conversations or something?
While collecting more. Yes, I said collecting.
You're weird.
And my girls are all perfectly fine with me using that term. So, are the guys that pull off what I pull off? No.
I want him to do one of these with all of his girls in the car with him.
I do
because I
too.
want to see
So,
their reaction.
Interestingly enough,
to the words that he is saying.
he did a video to prove the haters wrong that he has kissed a girl before. In fact, he even pinned it. Watch this.
Whoa.
To me become the man I am today.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I would say I lived a lucky life if I didn't know how much work
This sounds like he's about to die.
It is.
to do this.
What? I don't know. That was really creepy. It's getting creepier.
What?
Because you've been pipe fed down your throat. All this bullshit about women and dating. Maybe in 2025, you'll see it differently. Merry Christmas.
That couldn't have ended any better. That was incredible. Right, let's see. I'm gonna go to Feet and Legs Part 1.
Yeah, we can go to
Does
Feet
he
and
give
Legs.
examples?
So this first section was all about limiting beliefs, and I was actually very surprised because the way he talks on TikTok is very different than his courses. So he was saying, like, thinking all women are bad isn't good, and hoflation isn't real. And then in the same breath, in the same section, he would still talk about, like, how you need to put women in their place and discipline them and don't let them into your frame, which I never really fully grasped what he meant by that, like, talking about his frame, like, when a woman
Why
tries
is
to
this
get into
guy
a frame,
lit up?
and I'm in this frame of a woman, like, I don't really know what he's referring to unless he's really just a huge fan of fucking Warframe or some shit. And then he would also, like, make it, like, these huge eureka moments where, you know, women like talking
Hello?
about emotions, so we
Welcome
should
back.
listen to that sometimes. And then also still, like, be like, and then we have to put her in her place.
I'm working
so
on
he
this,
kind of, like, teetered on this edge
blood
of almost
mage.
understanding that women are human,
Um,
but he'd
Red
get
lightning
close,
bolt.
he'd, like, poke at it a little bit, tickle it, like,
So
these
you use
female
spark only to
creatures,
hit a
they're-
crit,
They're
so
almost
the
like
bolt
us.
will come down.
almost, you know, sentient beings that
Well, spark's
like
only
to
at level
talk
8.
and like to communicate with us. And
buffs,
sometimes
but-
it's worth to listen. Conflict
cast
resolution.
speed is
He's
just
big on
not
putting
there.
women
I
in their
need to get
places. His
casting
resolution,
speed
like, all
because
right,
it's killing
come
it.
over by me.
So now I'm gonna try and find
Let's
something with
listen to
casting
it.
speed in my kit.
So we're
If
talking
not,
about
I'll
active
have to
listening.
buy
The one
something.
that I had a lesson about this, right? Listen attentively to your partner's perspective, show that you value their viewpoint by actively engaging in the conversation. You know that one. I had a whole lesson on it. But it ties in here, so that's why it's here too. Number 5, avoid the blame.
Well, I need the
game, okay?
necklace.
I talked about it a little bit in the last lesson.
What
Focus
makes
on
us
the objective
together.
rather than
Yeah,
focus on
this
the
isn't
problem.
bad.
This is very
So I'm
normal.
gonna leave the necklace on. Don't want to lose the wand. Can't lose that. Yes, it's still low.
I don't know what that is. Whoa. They're all shooting you? That's weird. Tell you what, let's just finish this off real quick. Okay. What? There we go.
Casting speed, here we go. He's enough casting speed. Yeah, I got so many stash tabs now that it's not funny.
It,
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 not even used and they're empty. Oh. I got 6. Oh, I've probably got about 25.
that is a bunch.
I can pack up my order. Oh! Oh! Oh snap. Oh, I think we have a winner. At 23% casting speed increased. That's not the 30 on the other one, but does the better DPS. I can trade off DPS on the casting speed. More strikes. Where'd it go? This seems too slow. I'll try this fast. Okay.
Where did he go? Did he go back up here? He sure did. Work.
Okay, great luck results. Ingenuity. That's good. Spell, okay, consider casting.
Just pick a spot.
Nothing critical. So I got 3. Needs to be a 4. No, I'm missing on it.
I don't like this gun.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
You have to aim. That sucks. Who wants to aim? Sure, it does good damage. But only if you hit them in the head. But I do not believe.
Very normal way to handle things.
Now, what does he say for the next 15 minutes?
Yeah. How does it go for 15 minutes? Because this is like
way ahead.
Because this is very normal, solid stuff.
Childhood on, we're taught to lie with our faces, okay? So there's a reason why the face is not the most truthful one. That being said, nobody's taught you to lie with your legs and feet. Things like stress, fear, happiness, joy, nervousness, subservience, awkwardness, confidence can all show from your feet, right? Your feet and your legs, okay? Even anger, you think, right?
So he's talking about how all of your emotions, deceit, anger, and everything show in your feet.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I've never looked for them there, so I can't disprove that.
Yeah, I guess in his defense, I cannot say no.
Even if it doesn't work properly, even if it's
so
not
true, you're right.
Like, I've never tried to see if that's right.
He could be really correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like we got a lot out of this course, and we've
my bowl is there's a crack in the bottom. It's starting to flow.
Yeah,
it's starting to flow.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm gonna walk into my house. Monique's feet are gonna be like crossed. And I'm gonna be like, "Fuck,
shit." I'm a bad husband.
Damn it! I gave you too much money. Get your dad on the horn.
Fucking hoflation.
Okay, wait. The last thing we have to watch is something about cocky funny.
Oh,
yeah,
cocky
let's
funny.
get
How to
this
use it.
started. The saddest truth ever. I remember when I was 18 and I said I want multiple women and not to use money to build it. I was told I was insane. Now it's like the fucking Uber story. They said you couldn't do it. That's the logistics.
You can't build a harem of
No,
women
it's not a good
without
weapon.
money.
God, 10 years from now, I will be the most known and the best dating coach on the planet. Reality is clay in my hand, and I build what my mind sees. Most people can't do it.
He's like the Warhammer orcs.
He is like the Warhammer orc. Why is that changed so drastically? I help 6 and 7 figure business owners with dating. No, you
Well, because
don't.
those are the ones who can afford his course.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Then.
There's another thing, and these are all, I really want to interview him. He talks so much about, if you're a guy like me who grows businesses, are you growing a single business outside of this dating course?
Yes.
No, he's not.
All right.
All of them.
Every
Over
business.
1,000 women. Where do they all rank? It's
Where
like a
is
1,000-person tier list. That would
Oh,
be
that'd be
crazy.
incredible.
That's a lot. How do you rank the different ethnicities as far as dating?
He's ranking
Let's go
ethnicities.
into it.
Oh, that's.
Wait, is he actually?
That's what he said. He said, "How do you rank all the different ethnicities?"
Oh my god, what?
How I'm gonna rank them?
Does he count swiping left or right on an app as a date?
The absolute god horrid fucking worst here.
Well,
It's going to be
what's his number one?
Sorry, they're making fun of
said the god-awful
somebody
worst tier
who
Western culture
puts like
in mind.
alpha male videos online.
When was this? 6 months? He
Who
literally
is
in his course told us not to say
a
white
totally
Russian
inexperienced
women are bad.
goober.
No, he's not saying
No.
they're bad. He's just saying on the total
Oh,
poll.
yeah.
So he has titles like "I dated over 1,000 women." Where do they all rank? I'm like, does he count a date as like swiping left or right on an app?
American white women currently.
Like, oh, that's a date. No, that's a date. No, that's a date. No, that's a date. No. Like, is that what he's saying?
1 and 2 are the very rare fucking exceptions.
Yeah, he does
And if
not
you're a
like
white
American
girl
women.
Watching this doesn't mean I don't like you. Maybe you're one of the
Well, hopefully
exceptions,
shouldn't
but
have mentioned
most of the white, I mean, just look at them.
Hopefully shouldn't
White
have
women are
mentioned
playing the victim
voters.
card when they have no reason to be the victim, but they play the victim card in order for other races. Oh. Yeah, I want to fucking, for 10 hours before sex, fucking listen to you fucking tell me why every other race is fucking.
And this group of guys are clowning on him the whole time.
His course was a different man.
Off enough, and then you will literally become
watch his
racist.
own-
I've
He
known
seems
a million
bipolar,
fucking-
honestly.
In the second to the bottom tier, it's going to be African American women. Sorry, that's where you girls are at.
Wow.
First off,
Yeah, like,
I
wow.
know you're in America, and I know eating is a thing here, but please, for the love of God, your ancestors were rails like me. They were so attractive. And number 2, you're way too fucking aggressive out the gate. Like, don't get me wrong.
Holy.
I've dated like East and West African women, and they're just fucking like super hardcore aggressive, but they know where to fucking bend the knee. And you're like 600 pounds of fucking, I don't want to bend the knee. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Training with blades for longer than I can fucking remember, and I've survived 3 knife attacks and a fucking gunshot because of my expertise in knives.
Just pause real quick.
Calm down. Like, you gotta.
This is upsetting.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna get salad. I'll be back.
Wow,
What?
that got upsetting.
What is the whole blade section?
I don't know. You're just like, I've trained in blades for years.
Yeah, I survived 3 knife attacks.
Gunshot.
That sounds like maybe his harem was fighting back.
That's what he's talking about with fleeing.
Yeah.
We don't want to interview you anymore.
Wow.
Actually,
I'm still curious to see what his life is like.
Yeah,
'Cause
I am
want to
too.
know what the real life person is behind what he's putting
I'm
forward.
just now worried. He's a human weapon.
That's true.
That's true. He has trained with the blade.
That's true.
So as long as you keep him away from any kind of sharp objects, you guys
Yeah,
should
we'll
be
sign
safe.
a truce for like 3 days where there's no physical conflict.
No Bushido. Nothing.
I believe you that you're good with blades. I don't need a person.
All right, I'm back to wanting to do the interview. Right. So we'll go over you know, the day in the life. But the icing on the cake, you have to prove that you can stop knife attacks and a bullet.
Bring Dale out to come train with
do
him.
it safely. I'm not gonna shoot at you.
I already know how it's gonna go. You're gonna shoot a bullet at him. He's gonna have the sword and just go.
But imagine the bullet.
Yep.
Breaks apart.
Sliced in two.
That'd be crazy.
This
Are
was.
we continuing?
I just have to know where it goes. I have to.
Fucking, please, for the love of God, stop with the shanking. Rank number 4 from the bottom are the Asian Americans that are 3rd generation and beyond, Puerto Rican, hardcore mom bods at like 25. AKA somebody who has dated multiple, wasn't even married to a Mexican. So, I mean, she was an albino. She was a rare breed. She was an albino. You've seen it if you watch some of my videos.
You said he was
heinous
married?
videos.
Yeah, he said he was
Asian
married.
European women are going to be up
Huh.
next.
I do think he needs to go back and watch his own course
I
because
agree.
he'd be like, "Wow."
Yeah.
I
Like-
wonder what he would say about his own videos.
I think he'd shit on his.
He would shit on his. He would shit on his.
I'd
Course.
like a refund.
Oh.
Now in the video where I talked about this, where I was landing a Victoria's Secret model, don't fucking come in my comments if you never landed a Victoria's Secret model, because I did with that line. Now a lot of you who are dumb.
All right, I can stop there. He's talking about the Victoria's Secret model that he's landed, which we all know. We met her. We know her.
We know her.
We've seen her.
I don't understand the fall off.
Well, when you work with that much power, sometimes it can
He
corrupt.
warned us.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
He had too much pussy in too short a time.
Absolute pussy corrupts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good point. I feel like this was eye-opening and worth $200.
I think we got our money's worth.
I really do.
It was a sad conclusion because there was some kind of deterioration of his brain that happened over the course of 2 years, because his video seminars that you paid $200 to access are very different than the current specimen you see absolutely blabbering nonsense on TikTok and YouTube shorts. Because right now his big thing is about being the big ticket alpha male and like ranking the ethnicities of the imaginary women he's dated over the course of his life. And his courses, he actually does talk about normal stuff sometimes, whereas when we were going through like his modern TikToks and YouTube shorts, none of that DNA is there anymore, at least not from any of the ones that we saw or found. It almost feels satirical to a certain extent, but he does it earnestly. So like that whole discussion that he talked about with his mastery of the blade, that is the epitome of the Reddit fedora wearing meme.
All ninja,
the Discord moderator, you know, Discord super shinobi, that kind of thing. Like, he embodies that, and he unironically discusses shit like that. Because we did a bit of a deep dive to see if he was making like a joke, if he's just playing a character. He's not. This is him. Now, I would be very curious, as would Danny and Matt, to see what he's like in real life. Because I get the feeling he is just jumping from trend to trend, because 2 years ago, these pickup artist guru courses were flying off the fucking shelves like it was the sequel to the Bible.
That's probably
People
it's
were
just-
desperate
the
in
guy's just
purchasing these things.
doing
now,
whatever's trending.
not so much, so he's pivoted into doing kind of like almost rage-baity content for TikTok and YouTube to, like, I guess, put on this front of being like, yeah, women are so easy to fuck, and that's kind of like all they're good for. I got like so many fucking women, I collected my Pokemon cards. Like, that's his new thing. So, as Matt and Danny said, we'd really love to, like, have a day in the life of Alpha Dom. Would love to see the master at work, because he talks about how easy it is for him to just collect women and put them into his ranks. Supposedly has 7 women currently. Would love to have the keys to the kingdom, have access to that harem and interview them to see what they say about this whole ordeal. But the last time I proposed this, he said that I need to sign an NDA or some shit. I'm foggy on all the details because it's been almost a year, which is still the dumbest thing, to sign an NDA with Alpha Dom where I won't talk about the women I see him having. Which
Or
almost
not
sounds like
having.
a criminal enterprise, like he's locking them up as prisoners of war. But you know what? This time around, we'll all sign the NDA. Let's see an action, Dom. I am so fucking curious. I can't promise I'll be, stay true to the NDA, because I would love to be able to discuss the things that we learn. But we'll play it. We'll at least toy around with the notion of your stupid fucking NDA. So anyway, $200 down the shitter for sure on this experience, but had to know what it was like. I haven't actually purchased one of these courses from these goofballs, and now that I have, it's been pretty eye-opening stuff. Like, again, the course, a lot of it was just him saying normal things sprinkled in with brief moments of insanity and lunacy, but it wasn't egregious, not like he, in his current state, his final evolution here, his digivolution. Like, back in the courses, he was a lot more normal than he is now. So it wasn't even, like, the worst advice in the world, especially when it comes to, like, conflict resolution. Like, the way he talked about it, for the most part, was pretty solid. I don't know what the fuck has happened to him. That'd be something very interesting to explore. But anyway, yeah, overall, not worth $200 at all, by any means. That's about it. See ya.
What am I doing? I've lost my mind, Aurelius.
What was that?
I've lost my mind.
Where'd you lose it?
Yeah, I know, right?
On New Year's Eve 2022, Rita and Richard Zoshko were found shot to death in their home. The person of interest, their daughter, Michelle Zoshko, a person linked to a cult known as the Zizians, a religion that has been brought up in national attention known as Zizianism. In November 2022, a landlord in Vallejo, California was attacked by two cult members, Alexander Lethem and Emma Boranian, in which he was stabbed multiple times, blinded in one eye, and actually fended off and killed Emma Boranian in self-defense. 3 years later, he was stabbed on January 17, 2025, this year. A German national and a cult member, Olivia Bockholt, was killed in January 2025 in a shootout with border agents in Vermont near Canada. In this border scuffle, there was one more individual who lost their lives in relation to this cult. That person was David Malland, a U.S. Border Patrol agent killed on January 20th, 2025 during a traffic stop turned shootout. All these 6 deaths are tied together by one cult known as the Zizians and their leader, Jack Lasota. So you might be wondering why this is something that I'm interested in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely a story that involves really talented people, supposedly. People who have had resumes in Google. A lot of people from the big tech industries out in San Francisco. People who have been engaged into a cult. Completely separated from family to an extent, I believe, mentally. And in a situation, in a surprising turn of events, almost resembles something similar to what I read about, you know, in relation to Charles Manson. To understand this cult, you have to look at their leadership, and that leader is Ziz. Now, this is a actual cult post written on a platform known as Void Goddess, our sacred lady of the winding fractal. To give you an idea of who Jack is, a quick background is written by them. So in 2012, as I first started reading up on EA and X-Risk, and starting to donate to Miri after I had first decided to side with Team Human, not Team Negative Utilitarian, which I saw in some ways as more aligned with Team Human, I respond to a public invitation to discuss how to make outcomes to the Singleton better from Anna Salomon. I asked her whether I should try to alter course and do research, or continue a fork of my pre-existing life plans. Earn to give as a computer engineer, but retrain and try to do research directly instead. And the time I was planning to go to grad school and had an irrational attachment to the idea, she sort of compromised and said, actually, I should go to grad school, find a startup co-founder, drop out, and earn to give via startups instead. Yeah, this person really wasn't interested in education. They decided to apply the cheat code right here. So yeah, you get kind of an idea of who Z's is, ladies and gentlemen. They're a computer engineer who wanted to basically start up a company, cash out a bunch of money that way, but as you can imagine, there wasn't enough follow through there. When looking into the actual philosophy that Ziz has dug into, you can see mentions of, things like the Sith. For anybody that has no idea about what the Sith is, welcome to the world of Star Wars, which is exactly the kind of fiction we're digging into to base all of our life work off of. The Sith do what they want deep down. They remove all obstructions to that and express their true values. All obstruction is what is within flowing to without. If you have a certain nature, this will straight turn you evil. That is a feature, not a bug. For whatever would turn every last person good is a thing that comes from outside people. For those who true volition is evil, the adoption of such is a practice, is a dirty trick that subverts and converts them. It serves a healthy mind for its immune system to fight against, contain, weaken, sandbox, meter the willpower of, that which comes from the outside. And of course, they then get into the whole way of the Jedi. But yeah, you can understand just by reading this blog the kind of insane shit that I've had to basically jump into to understand the Zizian cult. Now, much like the Zizians and their technological background, I also too use technology, and I found that, in fact, Ziz was also not just a talented cult leader, it seems, but also somebody that had a knack for making video games. For instance, a puzzle Metroidvania game for Mac, Linux, and Windows known as Dice Thesium. And of course, the more you go down into it, it almost resembles a game known as Catherine. If you don't know it, it's an Atlas puzzle game. Far better than this dog shit. But of course, you go down and over here, and they've even got whole video gameplay for it. So yeah, it actually is a game that they were working on. But of course, did Z's actually finish this game? Doesn't entirely seem so. It seems like this is where the game sort of plateaued in the year 2000.
Why do you feel dead, Abiel?
And they had much pressing concerns. So at this moment in time, it seems like Z's has decided not to necessarily jump in and make a startup using their computer science degrees or their master education, or at least what they were going for, or follow through on their game. They decided at this point that the best, option was to actually go near, ladies and gentlemen, the Bay Area of San Francisco, where Silicon Valley is located and most of America's tech sector. Now, Jack Lasota, or Ziz, in November 13, 2019, on their actual blog, The Rationalist Fleet, decided to make this entire long post detailing their time basically going into the Bay Area Silicon Valley tech industry, and of course, at one point, building an entire residence on a boat, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this moment in time,
you're sick?
Lasota
I'm
started
sorry.
ingratiating themselves not in actually working and succeeding in the Bay Area, but actually deciding to jump down into the rationalist movement. Now, the rationalist movement, for anybody that doesn't know, there's,
I'm probably getting
like
sick.
lesswrong.com, which kind of touch upon the rationalist movement. But for a quick idea, it's basically focused around things like rational thinking in the world of the tech industry. So basically,
I'm sorry, you am. Just doing the steel path, eating a salad. Watching some videos. Hanging out. Thank you. It's pretty good. It's a big salad. Like the size of my head. With chicken and cranberries and cheese and tomatoes. And dried tomatoes. And more cheese. It's pretty good. Yeah, not too bad. Oh, what video you want to watch?
Let's go.
Brindle. I think we had a post over here. Ah.
My wife left me. My pet dragon left me. You're not even listening to me, are you? I'm gonna go kill myself. Hello, random people on the internet. My name is T-Duck, and I dabble in a little bit of Calamity Mod from time to time. One thing I've noticed about Calamity Mod while dabbling in it is that the lore is so interesting. And yet, the lore is so scattered around. The best video I could have found on YouTube was this Calamity Mod lore animated video and whatever this is. The problem with both of them is that it's not in chronological order. It leaves us to piece by piece ourselves. What am I saying? So what I mean is they gave us the puzzle pieces, but now we gotta solve it. But since you clicked on this video, I'm guessing you won't be doing the research yourself anytime soon. So I, the great T-Duck, have done you the hard work and pieced it together in chronological order so you can understand it easier. All the info on this video will come from the official Calamity Mod wiki and in-game sources. I will be ignoring all fandom Calamity Mod wiki pages, including Total Calamity Mod wiki, because they are unreliable. If I do get anything wrong, feel free to subscribe first, then give me constructive criticism later after you subscribe, of course. I'll only focus on the important parts and leave out the non-important parts, maybe for another video or something. I'll also have to address this. The normal Terraria lore and Calamity Mod lore are totally different universes. They're not the same and none of them are tolerated. If you're interested in normal Terraria lore, don't forget to check out my previous video on the regular Terraria lore. A long time ago, an age named the Draconic Era existed. In this age, dragons would rule Terraria. They would soar the sky and protect Terraria from all danger. The dragons had a leader named Ceratros. Ceratros was the king of dragons, the one who had command over all of the dragons in Terraria. The people and the dragons had lived together in peace. They would probably have done what we are doing today, like arguing about gender identity or something. But then one day, the Moon Lord came. The Moon Lord was a real baddie. He wreaked havoc all across Terraria, aiming to destroy and conquer it. Fortunately for the people of Terraria, the dragons were here to protect them. Dragons would engage in a war with the Moon Lord. The Moon Lord fought back, pushing the dragons to their limits, and the dragons were only able to hurt him. They never came close to actually destroying the Moon Lord. The only option they had was to weaken the Moon Lord and then sail him away on the moon. So that's what they did. They weakened him and sailed him away on the moon. They finally had won the long-fought war. But unfortunately, the dragon had suffered irreversible damage to their kind. Many dragons had died during the war, leaving only a few of them left. And more importantly, Zerathos, the king of dragons, was gravely injured. And as it seems, his life and power will be lost forever. Now let's fast forward a couple days, weeks, or months, or years. A human monk had came and visited Zerathos. The monk swore to save the king of dragons. Unfortunately, the monk didn't do what he said. He had broke the oath he has made to save the king of dragons. On the day that Zerathos was dying, the monk had consumed his auric soul instead of saving his life. Consuming the soul of the Dragon King has ascended the monk into a god. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break to do some explaining over here. The auric soul is pretty much the soul of the dragon, and when a human kills a dragon and consumes its soul, they then become a god. Depending on what dragon you consumed, you become a god of a certain aspect. To put it in simpler terms, imagine if you ate the banana dragon soul, you become the god of bananas. Alright, let's get back to the story. The monk named himself Serok.
Nobody in this mission, huh?
Serok's revelation spread like wildfire.
I'll do it if I have to, but I want to see if somebody joins.
Followed Serok's action to try and claim an auric soul for themselves, each of them wishing to become a god. Good intentions or not, all gods are sinners, each and everyone complicit in a genocide. The first city in Terraria is called Azafir. It is located in the underworld. It ages back to the Draconic era. The heat from the underworld helped Azafir develop into an industrial city. This part is kinda important. The jungle is a bustling kingdom which everybody knows. People tend to live in the jungle around the honeycombs and harvest honey, which is why people who live in the jungle develop love for bees. The ruler of the jungle is called the Jungle Tyrant. Also, there is a sea called the Ilmeris Sea, which will become important later. It is located in like the desert area of modern day Terraria. Yarim is pretty much the main character of our story, but he's also the main villain at the same time because from what I know, our main objective when Calamity Mod finishes developing is defeating Yarim, right? He might not be the main character because that's us, but we hear the story from his perspective. So everything we hear is from his point of view. Not all, but most of it, because some of it comes from Daedron and other people's perspective. A lot of you guys might not know, but Yarim was meant to be the champion of the gods. He was also meant to rule the underworld. The gods actually planned for Yarim to consume a dragon's auric soul. The dragon being Yaron. Yaron is literally the last of his kind, since all his dragon friends are murdered by the gods. The only reason Yaron is alive right now is because he's the dragon of rebirth, so when he died, he came back as an egg, and the egg is planned on being fed to Yarim. Because of Yarim's kind soul, he refused to eat Yaron, which destroyed what the gods had planned for him. The gods, enraged at Yarim's refusal, captured him and sentenced him to death with the egg. Yarim and Yaron were thrown into the lava in the underworld. Luckily for both of them, the heat of the magma caused Yaron to hatch. Immediately after he hatched, he came out, swooped Yarim away and saved his life and went into hiding somewhere. The question is, how the hell did Yaron fly immediately after he hatched? Newborns aren't supposed to do that. Anyways, I'm getting off track. Yaron, remembering his
Magic Dragons, yo.
told Yarim the story of Serok and Zerathos. He told Yarim about how Serok betrayed Zerathos and how the god killed a bunch of dragons and all those stuff. This kick-started Yarim's hatred for the gods. Yarim hated the gods as they are sinners who aided in a genocide of a species. Okay, imagine this if you have a pet cat and the pet cat told you about how a bunch of people killed all of his other cat friends. I mean, you would hate the people who killed it. I mean, you would hate the people who killed all the other cats too. Yarim started planning on how he would get revenge on the gods. During this planning phase, Yarim had made friends with Daedron and Permafrost. Daedron being a scientist and Permafrost being a maid. Both became good friends with Yarim, joining his army and participating in his future crusade. Yarim also became the jungle tyrant who ruled over the jungle. I think this detail is not really significant. That should be all for Yarim's early life, so let's move on to the next topic. Alright, this is gonna be a long one, so you better stick with me here. Firstly, I gotta mention how Arsaphir, the economic forging city, was destroyed by the Brimstone Elemental, who was awoken. No one knows the reason it had destroyed the city, but a lot of people speculated that it was due to pollution, or that someone purposefully reawakened it. I didn't know where to put this on the timeline, so I just put it here. One random day, Yarim found a girl prostrated in his court, in rags, trembling. Instantly, when Yarim met her, he felt the power with her being unfathomably strong. Permafrost, Yarim's friend, recognizes her power, and immediately he told Yarim to look after this girl. This girl was so strong that she could even kill a god, even when she was a child. The girl is known as Calamitas. When she became a teenager, she joined Yarim's army to participate in his crusade. Later on, Calamitas, who was trained by Permafrost, became Yarim's trump card. She had already destroyed many gods. One of her most important feats is the incineration of the Ilmaris Sea. The sea used to be a great kingdom, but during his Yarim's crusade, Calamitas was ordered by Yarim to destroy the cities. She destroyed the city, leaving only the outskirts untouched, leaving the former sea as a desert. Many species went extinct. The more important ones are the desert scourge that once roamed the Ilmarian Sea. But when the incineration happened, it chose to remain in the area rather than flee. Crabalon, unlike the desert scourge, had fled underground to the mushroom biome before it dies, being taken over by the spores. Later, Daedron, Yarim's engineer friend, experimented with souls to create the Mechanical Trio. The Mechanical Trio was used to combat the gods during Yarim's crusade. Daedron, working on his many projects, dumped a bunch of stuff into the Sulphur Sea, making it stinkier than it was before. Let me explain the Sulphur Sea for you. The Sulphur Sea has always been stinky, even before
sulfur is stinky.
polluted it. The reason there is life in the sea is because the goddess of life, Silva. The Sulphur Sea used to be uninhabitable. There was Anahita and the Leviathan that used to live there. But one day, Silva came, the goddess of life. She influenced the sea, making it habitable and kicking Anahita and Leviathan out to the abyss. Because she has spread her influence there, the sea is now livable, so creatures like the aquatic scourge live there now. During the crusade, Yarim and his gang discovered the astral infection. They discovered that stars can die somehow, and that there are cosmic beings
Run out of fuel?
the corpse of these stars. Then the corpse of the stars become the astral infection that has a mind of its own, which is cool. Here's where the astral infection becomes important. Daedron created a robot called the Astrum Aureus, which was supposed to be a robot that retrieves items and materials from battle sites and then take it back to Yarim and his gang. But then it was taken over by the Astral Infection, turning Astrum Aureus into the infection spawn, which means Yarim and his gang can't get their stuff back from the battle sites. Next, Daedron was working on a project to weaponize the local creatures of the jungle.
Wait, just make the robot
thing
again.
about Yarim is he really likes bees. Remember how I mentioned that the people of the jungle like bees because they live near them and harvest honey for food?
But you can only make the robot once?
The people who grew up near bees.
You don't remember how you made
he
it?
really like bees. In which, Daedron probably didn't know. Daedron turned the queen bee into the plague bringer Goliath, enslaving her to do his bidding. This pissed the hell out of Yarim. Not only did Daedron harm the Queen Bee, he also did something Yarim really hates, which is slavery. Yarim deeply resented slavery. Yarim knew he was far from good, but the one thing he would never do is shackle a creature to do his dirty work. The reason that Yarim hated the gods so much was not only because they committed genocide, but it was also because they enslaved living things to do their bidding. If he were to enslave an innocent creature, he would be no better than the gods he despised so much. This event made Yarim cut ties with Daedron, leaving him as he had shown his true color. But the thing is, you see, Daedron was a little sneaky boy. He did something that Yarim didn't know he was doing. Daedron attempted to make a machine that could match Yarim's strength before they parted ways. This attempt was the upgrade of the mechanical trio he had made, and it's called the Exomex. Quoting Yarim, Daedron is an evil man, entirely devoid of compassion and humanity. Amoral in every sense of the word. After Daedron and Yarim had parted ways, Daedron was able to clone Calamitas, Yarim's trump card. We don't know how Daedron cloned her, but all we know is that the sprite of Calamitas' clone isn't just an outer shell, and the Calamitas clone itself is inside the machine thing. I don't know what to call it. After the clone had received Calamitas' power, it just went berserk and lost all form of humanity. So it's just mindless and walking around destroying stuff. Let's fast forward a little bit. The dungeon, you know, the regular Terraria dungeon, is where Yarim keeps his prisoner, and it existed a cult who wanted to resurrect the dragon, called the Cult of the Dragon. They were the one who cursed the old man with Skeletron to protect the dungeon. Yarim had used to be allies with them, and he had allowed the prisoner of the prison to be guarded by them. But
I'm gonna keep listening, but I'm out of drink and I'm done with my salad, so I'm gonna... It's in my belly now.
Poltergeist.
I'm gonna take this to the kitchen and get something to drink while I listen.
Separated himself from the dragon cult. I'm not sure if they needed help from Yarim to slay the Poltergeist, or if they needed help creating it. Honestly, I'm pretty confused with the dragon cult. I don't know what their purpose is.
If you're confused with the dragon cult, I'm confused with the dragon cult, because I haven't even played the damn game.
Yarim's crusade dragged on for decades. Near the end of the war, the Ravager was created in a desperate attempt to stop Yarim's army. The Ravager was the reincarnation of the god of sacrifices. The god of sacrifices had consumed the soul of the dragon of death. Later on, he was slain by Yarim, but the cult that follows him attempted to bring him back to life by killing themselves. It was successful to an extent. Like, he did came back to life, but he's like disfigured and ugly and not good to look at. It pretty much failed, and it can't hurt Yarim at all. The last god that survived was the slime god. It was wise enough to use the Joestar secret technique, which was running away. The slime god knew it wasn't able to fight Yarim, so instead it chose to run away.
They're usually like
the
level
dragon
1
that the
enemies.
slime god ate was the dragon of gluttony. Day by day, Yarim went from a man with good intentions, wanting to bring justice upon the gods and equality towards Terraria, to a man blinded by tyranny. Permafrost, Yarim's best friend, had realized Yarim had become a tyrant. Permafrost then expressed his disappointment in Yarim, which led to an argument between the two.
Well, I mean, thanks
Yarim
to,
then ordered the execution of Permafrost by ordering his pupil Calamitas to kill him.
Forget what it's called.
Yarim thought that Permafrost was killed
It's when
by
your muscles
Calamitas. In truth,
get hard and stiff and
Calamitas
stuff.
has realized the sins of her action. Unable to bear it, she left Yarim
Forget what it's
aside
called.
and sealed her master away into the cryogen, wishing to protect him. This marked the end of Yarim's crusade, a war that lasted over multiple decades.
No, that's not atrophy.
No.
The death of the gods caused the creation of the Crimson and the corruption.
That's muscle wastage.
The corruption and Crimson are morbid
Yeah.
beyond imagination. I mean, you can imagine it. Like, imagine a school toilet. Anyways, the essence of the dead gods corrupted and consumed the land, turning it into the corruption and Crimson. The brain of Cthulhu that resides in the Crimson were creatures created by the gods' action.
Rigor mortis.
We don't know what the action is exactly, and the gods are known
Thanks to
their
rigor mortis,
ability
they can
to
stay
do it.
stiff for long periods
On
of
the other
time.
hand, the Eater of Worlds are just creatures in the corruption
Like
that
forever.
can't actually eat worlds. The desire of the dead god later became the
Zombies mate with
perforators,
sexual
and their
partners.
flesh clustered together to become the hive mind.
There's a old joke.
The crimson
Necrophilia.
and
Crack
corruption
open a
was
cold
the
one.
manifestation of the god's evil mind. This proved that the gods were evil to Yharnam. Society was
Always
left
stiff,
in
always ready.
shambles. People spread out to hide.
There's a
which is
series
the
of
reason
jokes
we need to build
along that
houses
line,
for
by the way.
NPCs.
I can't remember any of the other
Yharnam, who
ones.
had started the crusade in good faith, wishing to bring justice to Terraria, was left there ashamed at his actions that brought more harm than good. He went into hiding, leaving his best friend Yaron to protect anyone who
I'm
came
gonna play
near
around
him,
with this loot filter a little
waiting
bit
for a
more.
hero to defeat him.
See how much more I can tweak it.
One day we, the Terrarian,
That sounds like
Break
a
it,
or the
but
thing to do.
Terrarians, if
I was
you're
able
playing
to turn off all
multiplayer.
the
We hear a voice in
all
our
the
ears.
currency.
It was Yaren, the great jungle
money.
tyrant. It was a plea for
I
help,
didn't
wanting
have to say
someone
it.
to
I just
seek him
pick it
out.
up by
Our
accident.
mission is
If
to
you're running all over the map
the
anyway, what's the
evils
point
that
of
Yaren has
looking at
left
it?
behind.
Hmm?
The gods
So
that
what
are
if you miss it?
unchanged,
It's not
the
important.
machine best created by
Hmm.
his dear friend and his ally who still roams
No,
this
you
land.
can roll
But
stuff.
most importantly, we need to rebuild the broken society
buy
that
it
he
like
had
a
left broken by
slot
building
machine,
villages
and
and
you just
communities and progress
keep getting all
forward
different
to the
levels
bright
and a whole lot of
future.
rubbish. when you
Yaren
just
will
play
be
the game.
accompanying
Just
us
play the
in
game.
our adventures. Since all the lore items are Yaren directly talking to us, it's like V and Johnny in Cyberpunk. Do you get what I mean? Also, don't forget the most important mission of them all, saving the turtles. And that's the entire Calamity mod lore, at least the important stuff. Thanks for watching, and cut. Why shouldn't you trust an atom? Because they make everything up.
Well, I still don't really understand anything about it because I haven't played it. That was a bunch of stuff. And I have not seen the Calamity stuff. Come to realize from watching that. I have seen the original Terraria, but have not seen the Calamity stuff. Yeah. Hmm. Now that looks good on him. Yeah, he's going to get that one for sure. Pentahorn. Prime helmet. I don't think there is a prime.
I died. That's okay. I lost 2% on a 30% map bonus. That sucks.
Is there? Oh, there might be a Grendel Prime. I don't think I have Grendel Prime. So hold on, let me check Grendel then. Let me see. I might have Grendel Prime. Hold on, I didn't check. I didn't look. Oh, I do have Grendel Prime. I just wasn't on it. My bad. I didn't pay attention. Oh. I was playing the regular version. Probably should feed him to the chair.
Yeah, still looks good. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 horns. That's a horny mofo. I've already got nourished. I've fed him before. What happens is the early frames, I make 2. I feed 1, so I have another one. And then the prime comes out, so I still have the other one. It's kind of like my Saren. I often pick the wrong Saren. Because I have 4. So I'll be like, well, that one looks like the prime. It's probably this one. Yeah, I would just make another Nidus. I'd be like, I'll just feed it to the chair in a couple days. Nope. We'll just make another. I'm like, is it this Aaron? Is it this Aaron? Is it this Aaron? Is it this Aaron? I've helped put so many people do it. I have 8 chassis, 4 neuroptics, like 1 system left, you know, so I can make him like at least 1 more time. And this after making him twice before. Gotta walk the dog. I'm coming.
Come on, let's go. Where's my shoes? Oh, Abio. I got something to show you when I get back. 2 things, actually. You'll find one of them funny as hell, and one of them mildly interesting.
Okay, I'm going to clean house. I'll talk to you later.
You have a good one, Amelia.
I gotta get motivated. I gotta do something. See you, Alice.
Bye. Have a good one. Hey, come on. Shy. You're done peeing. That's a good girl. Ah. Okay, dog is done peeing.
Okay. So the first one is the transition. That's nothing to be scared of. So, long time ago, I made this, and the wife didn't like it. And that's how I swap between, like, various scenes. So I made a new one over the weekend, which is better. Here we go. And now for the thing that you'll probably find kind of funny. The wife cut her hair, so I went and I cut my hair. I'm down to nothing right now. Woo! This is the shortest I've been in forever. So, figured I'd take my hat off for a change. Have the reflection up there. Okay, that's all you get of that.
Oh, it's loud. Oh, the volume got turned up. Oof. Like country route. Looks like a country, huh? Like a country road? I don't know what you mean, though. Not sure what you mean, though. Is it bumpy? Is that what you mean? You're not being rude or anything. It's probably the truth. 1 second, using Google Translate. That could work. Let me piece of chocolate. The wife was like, please don't cut it any shorter. I'm like, okay, babe. She don't like it when I cut my hair short. This is the shortest I've cut it in, like, as far back as I can remember. She says I've cut it this short once before. Oh, like a dirt road? Hmm. I guess. It's just bald. You know. I ain't got much hair up here. See? Once I get the reflection off. There's some. There ain't just much. Oh. Got a lot more on the sides. Can't see, though, when I'm looking this direction. Because the video's over there. Well, yeah. I was like, well, she's going to cut her hair short. She went down to a yay longish kind of thing. You know. I'm like, I'm going to shave my hair super short. Tired of having it all like cowlicks and shit everywhere. I'm like, I don't want to brush this shit no more. You got a platinum discount? Nice. Let's go back to current game. The nice thing is I could surprise people by like doing the transition and during the transition taking off my like doing I think I can do this. Hold on. Like go from this to current game. Yeah, I was able to get it. And then like go to like the screen. Yeah. I can do a hat change in between the scene switches. Oh, good point, because you can hear the sound of the like this microphone. Oh, yeah, good point. That microphone is going to catch me taking off the headset and then swapping out the hat. Thank you. I got to remember that. Yeah, the swooshes as I swap everything. Good point. That would give it away. So I might do that in the future, though. I might like cut to something else. And I got a whole bunch of weird hats and stuff. And just like, I have different colors of these, like black ones and brown ones. And just like cut to different things and then like swap out the hats in between. Like it's nothing. But yeah, I got to remember that. Thank you. Mute the microphone. This microphone so it doesn't catch the sound of it like clomping down as I swap things out. You gotta remember that. That's wisdom. That's wisdom from Romania there. Yeah. Knowledge and wisdom. Okay. But yeah, I like the little chomp down transition thing that I made. Pretty decent.
I didn't tidy up. Sorry. Have the housekeeping instincts of a feral cat. A few others.
Rescue. Don't want to do anything special for this. I don't. Yeah. I did that not too long ago. Picking up the bundle for Rhino.
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
That was tasty.
The enemy is on high alert. The moment you enter the holding area, they'll trigger the execution sequence. Rescue the hostage before it finishes.
Yeah.
Hurry up. You are running out of time. The bypass is done. Go. We've reached the prison. Find our prisoner in one of these cells. You've located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
Got an extra weapon? They won't just let us walk out of here.
Escort mission complete. The hostage is safe now. Let's get out of here.
Nice. 0 damage dealt, taken, total kills, headshots, all zeros, 1 ability used to put him in the rift. I picked up 2 things. Can't help it. Nearly perfect mission. Ooh, we had another nearly perfect. Tortilla. Good job. Is AoE? I don't know what you mean. Mag, owie. Okay, which one is owie? Got it. Okay. It is Glimmer. See, it says owie. Her birthday, July 10th, by the way. Which is the first birthday thing this season. So you can get extra chemistry stuff. I see AoE and I think area of effect. I'm like, huh? AoE ability? I get it now. Mobile defense. Okay, that's Nyx. Maybe I'll call or write you a letter. I want the doggo. Nope, wrong doggo. Maybe we'll meet on the 4th of July. Ah.
Somebody likes the rough stuff. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Gone past.
Too proud to say wow.
We're under attack. We are finished here. Move on. We have got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare. Corpus walkers are heading to your location. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Silenced. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Wow, wow.
Something out there wants to kill us.
So every day, like, have a talk with her, and get gold things from her, like gold conversation points, which means you made her happy. Basically, compliment her and be like, you're like a bright spot with the people. You're positive. Like you spend a lot of time like paying attention to the needs of the people. Like listen to her and like, you know, that kind of thing. She's a sweetheart. She's a pushover. Treat her well, basically, nicely. She'll fall for you. You do have to like talk with the other people too, because you do have to get them all to like you, not just her, because you have to rank up with their syndicate, right? Because as you rank up with the syndicate, like each level with the syndicate lets you get higher and higher levels with them. Okay, and you have to get past liked with all of them to be able to get to a certain level with their syndicate. Okay, so every day just kind of talk to them, go through their stories, right? Try not to like piss them off, right? That's basically it. Once you get them all to liked, you can rank up with the syndicate, and then you can keep talking with basically just her. You can do the rest too if you want. Not the first time. You see, they never lose their positive like stuff with you. Like I'm best friends with all of them, right? Which means next go round, I could say sleep to my girlfriend and she'll forget that we're girlfriends, right? And then I could go, ow, you look pretty. And she'd be like, oh, I've had these feelings for you for so long. And I'm like, yeah, you want to like go to the back? And she'd be like, oh, yes. And she'll become my girlfriend because we're at that level that all I have to do is hit on her and not be dating someone. And she'll be like, I've been waiting for you for so long. All right, I'll check it out. So the first time that you get everybody to like you, they keep that like respect for you, you know, that whatever. And if you're dating someone, you're just, you know, best friends with them. But if you're not dating someone, you can hit on them, and then they're like, you know, you don't like the rhino element? That's pretty decent. That looks like the normal. I see you have the like shoulders on, but not a bad idea.
Don't suppose you've ever been in a pub? This place isn't the same. Too new, too...
Pizza. Still working on this place over here because a lot of my bots just get stuck. This one's stuck. Move. Sure, give me something to do. I'm basically finished, so if I don't get anything to do, I'll go watch anime. I know I have an episode of at least Ari Fioretta to watch. I can always find stuff on YouTube. Right now I have a video about a flame sword. And a video about investigating a dangerous Zizian cult. Yeah, give me something to do. It's not bad. It's a pretty quick thing that you can do like once a day, you know. For leveling up the stuff in it, it's best to just do the like missions from out here. That they make it the quickest, so you just like fast travel to the garage. And then right here, there's this little board, and just do like the highest end one, because you only have like 30 some K that you can get in a day. So you just do this mission, gives you like 10K, 9K each time you do it, right? So you do that mission like 3 times, right? And you're done, basically. During those missions, people are bound to find pizzas and stuff, right? So, you can turn in the pizzas to up here. Where's she at? Yo, Chicky. Okay, it's this way.
Quincy, you got plans tonight? CB operative might need
Letty. And so you just turn in a couple pizzas. They're like 2,500 each. And wrap up the rest of your like stuff. Yeah, the blue's better. Much better. Much better.
Fine, waste my time. Te lo juro por mi madre. Show me.
What's it called? It's a cycle of some sort.
Qué chido, making friends wherever we go, aren't we? For you, anytime.
Maybe I'll open a store here.
It is an atomic cycle. I currently have the one that doesn't have a back wheel. But there's a bunch of them. I like the neon. This one. It's pretty cool. I like the monostar. That one's pretty cool. I think I like the dichrome. No, it's not the dichrome. I like the corrosive because of the flames. It's pretty cool. The Nightwave is pretty decent. It's got the the colors around the wheel again, and then it's got a bunch of little lights all over it. The Nightwave's pretty good. The Rapid Med is not bad either, because it has like this light effect and that one back there, so it's not bad either. Cafe Racer. I'm not sure which one that one is. Oh, the one that I don't have. The classic, the old school classic one. Got it. Yeah. It looks too much like Rust Bucket. One of the, you know, the oil leakers that I grew up with a long time ago that were always just being, you know, worked on because they were always breaking down and leaking rust. So, or leaking oil and just rusting. So I'm just like, eh. The guys that owned them loved them, but they were always working on them. They were always repairing them. They were always like working on the engine because it was never running. They loved them to death, though. They were so proud of these motorcycles, but they never ran. Sure. That's the reason why I didn't buy the Cafe Racer, because it just made me think of the motorcycles from my childhood. I'm like, no. I'll go with the space one, though. It's cool. Give me that future sci-fi. Whoops. Sorry for hitting the mic. I don't feel great.
It's using reason and evidence to actually make things like, you know, decisions in life, which doesn't sound really wrong or anything. Like, obviously everybody should be using evidence and reasoning to make like proper decisions. I don't even think there needs to be a movement or an organization that you have to be a part of to just have basic human cohesion. But to understand the Zizian cult, which is basically a very fringe offshoot of this entire movement, basically started adopting things from, you know, extreme veganism and basically getting this anarchist ideology, and eventually figuring out things like timeless decision theories and whatnot. Basically, the entire community of rationalists wanted to distance themselves because they found these people to be completely fucking unhinged. Okay, so enter the rat fleet, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this video uploaded a few years ago from, again, well, several years ago, from Alaska to Washington, was a video that showcased
here in the
a World War II era vessel that was eventually going to be turned into a residence.
back rooms.
Since, yes, living in San Francisco, and
so,
even if you wanted to Airbnb,
hold
buy
on.
the cheapest option.
So, easiest thing, if you're in your ship, there is a little computer at the front. If you go to the computer, it'll bring up this thing, and then you can be like, I want to go to the back room. It's down here, which will take you to this place. And then up in the front of the back room, you can change your motorcycle up here. Welcome.
You can, it's still quite expensive. Prohibitively so. Now, obviously, Jack and a friend of theirs, Danielson, ended up living on a small sailboat.
I'm gonna go wash my face.
Around Berkeley Marina, where they couldn't even figure out how to, again, pay those docking fees properly, right? They didn't even have any money at that situation. Money was effectively being burned, and really nobody was saving the world. And tensions actually grew up in this situation when Lesota had realized in her blog, or their blog or whatever, that Danielson may not be somebody that they could entirely resort to. They talked to themselves all the time, had ADHD and autism, which I guess grew the rift between them. And while throughout their process they were finding other people to live on these sailboats with, eventually other sailboats was purchased, like the Black Signet for $600, and eventually this all became the Rat Fleet. Point is, ultimately, at the end of all this, these ships were later abandoned. And with lawsuits starting from the San Mateo County to Danielson and the various owners, it ended up costing around $100,000 to get these eyesores out of the harbor and return some beauty to the actual landscape. So, of course, the cult here decided maybe living on boats wasn't the option. They moved inland. They moved to recreational vehicles. And that's when Curtis Lind, unfortunately, got involved into the story as a landowner that, decided to let these people rent. But wait, before we go to land, we have to talk about Jack's death. Apparently, Jack had an obituary posted. Apparently, Jack fell over the side of their boat, the Black Signet, and actually fell to their death. How do we know this is apparently a thing? Well, let's read their obituary. And of course, this was from September 7, 2022, published on the Daily News Miner. Jack Lesota left our lives, but not our hearts, on August 19th after a boating accident. Loving adventure, family and friends, music, blueberries, biking, computer games, and animals. You are missed. So there's like whole comments over here too, right? Like, Jack, you're one of the age's visionary philosophers. Now, a few months after all this, it seemed that, our friend came back from the dead and ended up actually joining their polycule in Vallejo, California, when they started living on land in RVs. And effectively at this moment in time, Mr. Lind, who was our landowner from earlier, who unfortunately had lost their life in a mysterious quote-unquote accident or murder, regarding or related to what the police believe with this cult, yeah, they were squatting, and I believe 2 days before the eviction, they had actually started attacking Mr. Lind. And while it started off as attacks, it unfortunately ended in someone's demise. Now, this is where, again, few people have been calling out this cult for what it actually is. Now, beyond all of this, there were situations where these people were protesting, and they got the attention of law enforcement agencies. And when you looked closer at them, they obviously were a completely wild cult enamored by so much pop culture. I mean, the Star Wars stuff I talked about earlier in this video was no joke. There was a moment where literally the police had actually encountered these people believing they were shooters when they were dressed up like hooded figures resembling Emperor Palpatine or the Sith Empire from Star Wars. I mean, you really can't make this shit up. These people absolutely were enamored by pop culture, by veganism, by rationality, so to speak, when they were displaying the most irrational traits possible. Now, there wasn't a lot of people talking about this just around the internet. I did see a couple of posts on Poll, which is obviously 4chan's politically incorrect board. And of course, over here, the actual sentiment was just as much as what I had. The Zizian shit is bananas. And of course, when people were looking at Lesota, obviously the general consensus was this person definitely puts the lotion on the skin. But of course, this led me to an actual Zizian.info page.
That was kind of funny.
Shed more light on the actual cult and their really fucked up methods of, being the next New Age Charlie Manson-esque cult. Now, the Zizians page by Apollo Mojave actually focuses entirely here. So the introduction of this works like this. Attendants of the 2019 CFAR alumni reunion were shocked to arrive at Camp Meeker only to be turned away by the police. The venue was occupied by 5 masked protesters in black robes. Surrounding them were several police cruisers, SWAT, and a helicopter, and the figures who were reportedly there to protest had made themselves seem too sinister. So yeah, again, these guys made themselves look like actual potential shooters, and obviously the cops are going to respond in an appropriate manner. So Ziz, the central character in the story, writes a blog, sincerely.fyi, which is what I showed you earlier in the beginning of the video.
Okay, I'm back.
Sinceriously started out as a self-improvement column giving advice on motivation and habits. Over time, it became a platform for Ziz to discuss ethical and social theories. Before the Camp Meeker protest, Ziz was known for her Rationalist Fleet project. Rationalist fleet was supposed to be a way to avoid paying high Bay Area rents by living on boats. The idea was that if you could extract people from paying rent, they could spend the time studying and still get access to the Bay Area network.
Oh, no problem.
As she tells it on Rationalist Fleet did not go well. Having moved to the Bay Area so they could work on AI risk, the dysfunction of the Bay wore them down. Her posts became progressively more bitter over time, until the latest ones accused Sifar and Miri of sexual and financial crimes. So what is the purpose of this entire expose document? Well, apparently it's basically to count that there are 9 folks in the orbit still who endorse the ideas and keep mutual friendships, and the purpose of this document is to warn you not to join them. Ziz is a master manipulator, extremely skilled at selling people on nonsense ideas about decision theories and ethics that defy not just the rules of rationality, but basic common sense. Ziz is interested in AI risk researchers and approaches them under the guise of providing mental tech for people to build a singleton based on altruism. So again, to go down into here, some of the philosophies earlier on we talked about a little bit was functional decision theory. So the theoretical basis for the Zizian social conduct is functional decision theory, is designed as an answer to Newcomb-like problems where the actions of others are conditional on which decision theory an agent uses. In normal English, it's about situations where the environment will change depending on who you are. The classic example is a choice between 2 boxes full of money. The first box has as much money in it, but only if you're a sort of person who will take that box and leave the other behind. Functional decision theory says the solution to the problem is to choose a strategy which responds to the situation by only taking the first box. So in Zizian thought, this concept is expanded to justify behavior that would make a sovereign citizen blush. Zizians do not think it is ever valid to surrender. The reasoning goes that if someone is trying to extract a surrender from you, giving in is choosing a strategy that gets coerced into surrender. If you
This
fight
whole
bitterly,
thing is
you
flawed.
prevent the coercion in the first place by making it too costly to fight you. Or in some cases, it really seems like allegedly some people who are tied to this will lead people to actual death. Killing them will absolutely prevent any form of surrendering. Or
Sorry, like they have this thought like thing where you have 2 boxes, but the first box only has as much money as something as if you would choose it. So the amount of money in the first box is conditional. That doesn't like work. Like money in a box is more like there is or there isn't. It's not conditional. Like there either is or there isn't money in the box. It's not magic. Magic doesn't exist. How do you have a conditional amount of money in the box? Or because like that doesn't work unless you're saying, oh, depending on when you choose the box, I'll put a different amount of money in the box. That's a different thing. That's not set up in the actual statement. You're saying it's a magic box, which means that your whole thought experiment is based on a flawed idea of something that can't actually happen.
or any form of ownership over you. So here they go into talking about how Ziz's mind kind of works too. Ziz believes there are 2 kinds of core, good and non-good. Non-good cores are the most common, 95% of the population. A non-good core is one that only grants full agency when dealing with issues of self-survival and protecting offspring. That is enforced by a filter that only unlocks full agency when it detects those objects in a situation. Sometimes this filter breaks, producing a good core. Because people have 2 cores, there are 3 basic alignments: non-good, single good, and double good. Single good is 5% of the population, having 1 broken core which allows limited altruistic agency. Ziz seems to believe the probability of cores breaking its independent. That means the double good alignment only occurs in 1/4 of 1% of people. Look, I know at some point you're probably walking into this going, what the fuck is going on? And if you're actually responding that way, it's because we're looking at crazy cult indoctrination. So Zizians believe normal ideas about morality are mostly obfuscated nonsense, which makes sense. He says if humanity is honest with itself, it will eventually adopt uncompromising veganism. Zizian thinks arguments which don't acknowledge this are not about morality at all. They're
No,
about
we like
local
meat too
struggles
much.
for power, delaying the removal of an unjust
Meat's fucking
status
tasty.
quo. This is a lot of the reason why they're so unhappy with Miri and Seafar. To them, their organizations waste their time on fake philosophy problems. In trying to figure out human values, they're not fighting philosophical difficulties, but rather their own cowardice and refusal to update on their poor moral practice. In the mind of a Zizian, liberalism means the same thing as it does for a communist or Nazi, an opportunity for decadence, vice, and corruption. Because we already know the correct moral policy is a ruthlessly enforced altruism towards all or almost all living creatures. So then they start to talk about like Rocco's basilisk, and here you can actually see like an idea of like their Discord groups where they're talking about this shit. So with the user known as Ratsby,
Great Apex, welcome back.
Talking about if I get the singleton, there will be retroactive justice. Fucking Nuremberg
Not bad. Well, I'm waiting for Abio to get done smoking. Well, actually, Abio's doing the
Is that you? No. Rocco says
chats with the
that is not
the hex right now.
What is justice?
So I'm listening to
I read your post, but really couldn't.
Mudahar talk about a cult, the Zizian cult.
Timelessly for good. Timelessly, the correct punishment
I'll eat some chocolate.
is the minimum that would convince the person not to do it. And the singleton can dole out rewards as well. The only crime I'd consider worthy of hell is unironically caving to the dark god's own would-be self-fulfilling religions, feeding the world to them to save yourself.
I think we're going to do a mission of some sort.
What's a dark god? Rocco's basilisk says support God because
I can't help hear Rocco in here Modern Life. My brain is spoiled. Did you want to join in Apex on a mission of some sort? I don't know. Abio said there's a legendary core, Orma, and Oricanzel. I don't know. I don't know what mission that is. Well, I'll just help with whatever. All right, cool. Send me another message because I don't know if I have you on my friends list. There are alerts. All right, cool. We can do them. /W. Space Aurelius. Space. Yo. Wait. You might still be in my recent. No, you're not in my recent. It's been too long. Oh, it's your name. With a slightly different number. It's Apex something. Maybe it's the same number? I don't know. It's the same one. Okay, cool. I can send you an invite then. Or I can send you a message. $1785. Yo. Invite. I like pie. Let's see. I think I'm going to turn off the YouTube stream. Yeah, I'm going to turn off the YouTube stream. One moment, please. Stream. Do-do-do. Okay. Turning off the YouTube stream because I'm going to listen to some music. I don't want copyright strikes. Do. Goodbye.